makes this? I don't know. It's me. It's Amid the Ruins. It's a guy who makes Dyer wave music. It's Amid the Ruins. Dyer wave music. What I've talked about in, probably 100 articles at Jay's Analysis is the implementation of the AI smart grid and the giant smart cities, which is what IBM talks about publicly building. And that's where we're going, and that's what I think we have to be really concerned about. So all of these tensions, they are part of a long-term strategy to basically get everybody moved into mega cities. They'll be forced off of land and so forth for environmental reasons, and basically concocted and invented environmental nonsense. Then you'll be stuck in some hellhole mega city in a, basically a carton-sized apartment living over a Target or something, or inside of a Target or a Walmart, as I said several years ago. It's actually coming true now. There's actually Target cities. This is all part of the long-term globalist strategy. So, but to get there, you've got to have the constant clash, the constant alchemical blending and mixing and smashing together right out of Manichaeanism to produce the convergence, to produce the synthesis. And that's what's crucial in all this, and what is absolutely true from an alchemical, esoteric, philosophical, and geopolitical perspective, the fact that the ruling elite seek to be post-human. jaysanalysis.com. Can't try to fix today's problems politically. And this is what so many people in alt circles and alt-right and alt-whatever and alt-media, they all seem to think that there's like a political solution to man's problems. And really the whole of modernity is built on this neo-pagan concept of political salvation. And there is no political salvation for man, because man's problems are not essentially political, they're spiritual.
Well, welcome everybody, mate. We got a little bit of an audio problem there, so we're going to be doing pints of icing with Aquinas. We've got beer steins full of pure icing, and that's what we drink around here is pints of cake icing. Did you know that back in the day, the dumb ox himself, Thomas Aquinas, would drink full-on beer steins full of cake icing? It's an ancient German recipe. It's an ancient German recipe where the Germans would teach the monks how to make icing into their beer. And that's how Aquinas got to be such a big old boy, was that he was busy out there stirring up. He'd be back there behind the monastery stirring up cake icing and just glugging down pints full of cake icing. And that's what we do here at Pints of Aquinas. It's an old Australian trick, an old Australian recipe. Me mum taught me how to do it, and it's to slug down pints of cake icing the same way that the master himself, Tom Aquinas, did it. And that's how he got to be such a big old boy. He was a big boy in his underoos there. Welcome. By the way, old Mel Gibson himself, my name's Matt Fradd. I'm a B-grade Mel Gibson. I'm a much skinnier, much less handsome Mel Gibson from down under. And when I was busy down there mixing up that cake icing, I just started to get a little teary-eyed. I got a little teary-eyed because what a great gift that God could give us. God could give us cake icing. And not only that, we could put the cake icing on top of cakes, but mate, have you ever thought about it? You could just drink it. You could put it in a baby bottle, give it to your little tyke, right? Little tots running around, slurping pure cake icing, just like Thomas Aquinas did when he was a little tot. Well, I guess he was a big tot, right? Speaking of tots, I like cake icing so much. My pints of cake icing, I put cake icing on my tater tots, mate. My mum raised me down under, alright, on Vegemite, tater tots, all covered in cake icing. And that's what we do here at Pints with Aquinas. Oh. Welcome, everybody. We had some of that boomer tech at the beginning, baby. Got that boomer tech. Anyway. Time to dissect another debate. So these last few days of debates were so much fun. You guys were so generous that I thought we're going to have to do some more of these. And shout out to our good friend Lewis from the Discord who said, hey, Jay, would you like to do another debate? Jay, would you like to cover a debate? Jay, I'd like you to cover CosmicSkeptic versus Trent Horn. Jay, and then Snack. Yes, this is the best debate. This is the debate that you need to cover. This is the debate about debates because this will show the Roman Catholics that there is no place for them to hide. They're hiding basically behind the biggest of the theologians in a physical way. Thomas Aquinas is just simply a big theologian in a bodily sense. He's a physical, gigantic mass. He's a dumb accent. We will show through the logic of Orthodox theology that Thomas Aquinas is basically just an icing guzzling. Anyway, I'm just kidding. All right, yes. So shout out, Lewis is in the chat, and a little bit of Snack, a little bit of Matt Fradd there. Oh yeah, mate. You ever seen Mad Max? You ever seen Mad Matt? I'm Matt Fradd. And by the way, I'm too good to talk to Jay Dyer. He's mean. I was going to have him on, but I had too much cake icing out of my beer stein that day, and I had basically a child breakdown. Sometimes if you have too much sugar, it'll make you into a little tot, right? Not just a child. You're going to have an emotional breakdown from all the cake icing. That's true, by the way. The Australians, they go nuts with their cake icing.
Right, g'day, and welcome to Pints with Aquinas. My name is Matt Fradd.
Oh, yeah, is that your name?
This is the very first debate we're hosting.
Oh, that's great, mate. I saw your channel was called Matt Fradd. I wasn't sure if that was actually your name, mate. Glad you spelled it out for me. Can you spell it literally out for me? Is it MATTFRADD? Thanks, mate.
This channel, which I'm really excited about. We'd like to actually host monthly debates here.
Oh, yeah.
This one between Trent and
Just don't bring on Ubi Petrus or that Jay Dyer fella. He's mean. He gets under me skivvies. I almost spewed out me Vegemite last night when I was listening to a debate. He was so mean. Oh.
Alex. So if you like that idea, do us a favor and support the channel by subscribing. I just found out that
thanks, Matt.
Second
is it the
debate
channel called Matt? Is that what I subscribe to?
At the end of this debate, I'm going to announce what that is about. Before we pull up Alex and
By the way, Matt tried to himself step into the ring of debate, which I think was a little bit of a mistake, because he got some pushback from Jonathan Pajot when he tried to make some dumb arguments about icons. So anyway, let's put down our Vegemite and our beer steins full of icing, and let's listen to this hype debate. By the way, a little bit of explanation of what's going on. Congratulations to all the mods. Congratulations to all the Ortho Bros and all the Precept Gang and the Discord boys. Yeah, boy, we just hit 5K. Over 5,000. Thank God. Inquirers, catechumens, converts, priests, clerics, right? It's excellent, amazing. In no time at all, the Discord has gone from like 1,000 a year ago to 5,000, right? Maybe 1,500, somewhere in there. And now we're up to 5,000. So it has turned into an excellent tool, an excellent means, to introduce people to Orthodoxy, to host informal debates, to invite people on to discuss. And there you go. So we hit that 5K. Oh yeah. Did you know that Thomas Aquinas could drink a whole pint of icing and run a 5K?
So screw you, Dyer. Ha! Gotcha. BTFO, mate. Yeah, that's it. By the way, after this, we're going to do a little brief video where I outline one of the best books I've read. Now, we've covered Losky. We've covered some Stein Eloy. Right? We've covered some of the good Orthodox books. And I went back and, as I've said, reviewed this one. So next up, we're not going to do a full hour-long stream. I'm going to do a 10, 15-minute summary of the book. And then you subscribe to Jay's Analysis if you want to get the full analysis of Meyendorff's classic about Byzantine theology. So I'll try to have that up today as well. Welcome, nerds. We got a nice little crowd today. Hopefully this won't go too long, so we're gonna try to keep it as quick as we can. Let's dive right into it. I have not heard this debate, so I don't know what to expect. Now, Lewis says some interesting stuff going on here, so I'm looking forward to it. Let's see where CosmicSkeptic, by the way, as I said, YourMateTom says he wants to organize a debate. Let's do it. I don't think CosmicSkeptic will do it, but I'm down for it. And I'm also hoping that, we did a 2-hour interview a month ago. Hopefully YourMateTom will eventually post the interview. So I don't like, not mad at him or anything. He's a cool guy, but if you're going to do a 2-hour interview, don't not post the video, right? So hopefully he'll post that, and hopefully we can arrange a debate with CosmicSkeptic. All right, let's get right to it. I know you guys don't want to hear me BSing anymore, although I think some of you did like the little bit of that. Did you know Matt Fradd used to sing in Men at Work? He was the one that wrote the Vegemite line in the song Down Under.
Trent, I want to say big thank you to the guys over at the Catholic Woodworker for helping
you could
to
feed a
support
dingo
this show.
icing. They live on cake icing
So if
for
maybe
a
you're
year
out there and you're
straight.
an atheist,
They'll go to
and after
hibernate.
this debate, once you become a Catholic, you can go. That's me being playful, of course.
Oh.
Who knows?
Oh,
You
he's
can go
getting
over to
playful.
CatholicWoodworker.com.
I'm getting
take
tingly
advantage of
when
these
you're getting
beautiful
playful.
rosaries.
Do it
I don't like
again.
the rosaries that are too big because they kind of
Do
like
it again,
bruise you
mate.
when you sit down. But most rosaries are super dainty. But these are just beautiful,
Super dainty,
very
like
sacred
Matt's
looking,
face
very manly. So
in
go
his
check him out, the
haircut.
Catholic
Super
Woodworker.
dainty.
He actually supports me on Patreon. Awesome guy, family
Awesome.
business. The CatholicWoodworker.com is a place you
I
want.
do like the way the down underlings say awesome, right? Awesome. He's just an awesome guy. He's an awesome guy.
to go to get the best rosaries imaginable. CatholicWoodworker.com. All right, let's pull up Alex and Trent. Hello, Alex and Trent.
Hello, Matt.
How's it going?
It's going well. Why don't we begin? I want to have the two of you introduce yourselves, maybe a minute each, and then I'll lay out the format for today's debate. Why don't you start, Trent?
Sure. Well, my name is Trent Horn. I'm a staff apologist at
And let me add, too, before they get into this. Every time we discuss this stuff, somebody says, have you reached out to Trent Horn? Have you reached out to CosmicSkeptic? Yes. Okay, CosmicSkeptic didn't reply. Trent Horn said, I will give you 30 minutes on my radio show in 3, 4, 5, 6 months. So, sorry, that's not good enough to have an actual debate. So that's what we got.
Catholic Answers. I have master's degrees in theology, philosophy, and bioethics, and I've authored 9 books. And at Catholic Answers, I explain and defend the Catholic faith. I also host my own podcast called The Council of Trent. And if you're Catholic, you'll get the pun. Or at least if you're well-educated, you'll get the pun. COUNSEL, of course. If you want to check that out, you can see it on
Good
iTunes, Council of Trent, or you can support it at TrentHornPodcast.com.
Oh, yeah, that's clever, mate. I'm going to have to write that one down. Could you spell it for me?
I'm married to my lovely wife, Laura. I have 2 wonderful little boys at home and a third on the way in September.
Thanks very much, Trent. Alex.
My name is Alex. I'm a YouTuber, as much as I hate that label, but I'm also studying for a degree in philosophy and theology at St. John's College, Oxford University. I think these days people tend to introduce me more as a vegan advocate than a philosopher of religion,
my
but
gosh,
that's kind
vegan?
of old hat to me. It's what I've been doing for the longest time, and it's been a while since I've done one of these debates. But
That's even more cringe than I thought,
I'm not
dude.
married. I don't have any children, but I'm here for the ride. And I'm
Yeah, well, that's, vegan, not married, shocker, and not gonna have kids, right?
Looking forward to it.
It's great to have both of you.
I'm voluntarily sterile. I will never have offspring, and my offspring will not go into the future because I'm vegan.
I mean, obviously, being a Catholic myself, I agree with Trent, but I admire Trent. I admire you, Alex. You do a great job explaining your.
That's funny. So Matt admires the atheists, but he doesn't like Jay's analysis because we're mean. So on Matt's scale of values, being an honest atheist is better than if you're forthright and, quote, mean as an Orthodox apologist. So it's an interesting value scale that Matt has.
Position. So it's really an honor to have both of you on the show. All right, why don't we begin? I just want to let everybody know the format of today's debate, and then we'll jump right into it. We're going to have opening statements, 15 minutes each. Then we'll have first rebuttals, 7 minutes each. Then second rebuttals, which will take 4 minutes. Then we'll have cross-examination for 12 minutes.
Okay, let's get into it.
I mentioned that I'm vegan.
He's a vegan, apparently. All right, so how about... So, Trent, are you ready?
I am.
Start whenever you like.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank Matt for hosting this debate and Alex for agreeing to participate in it. So in this debate, I want to ask 9 yes-no questions and then show that the answers to those questions lead to a cause of the universe that has the traditional divine attributes, or what most people call God. So let's get started. Number 1, does the universe have an explanation for its existence? We know some objects in the universe are contingent, or their existence must be explained by something else. This debate exists because of computers and internet connections. We pray you stay up. The devices you watch it on exist because of factories and power sources. All of these things are contingent, or they don't explain their own existence. Instead, they must be explained by something else. So how do we explain them? One way would be to posit an infinite chain of contingent things explaining each other. But that doesn't explain why the whole series of things exists any more than an infinitely long chain could explain how a chandelier is hanging above my head.
So this is the typical mistake of beginning your argument with a causal chain or a causation type of argument. Now, if we lived in the ancient medieval world and people generally accepted those kinds of principles operant in the world, it would make sense that the ancient and medieval philosophers didn't challenge the opponents at the presuppositional level. They had not yet experienced the Occam period, the nominalist period, the Enlightenment and scientific revolution period, which led to the questioning of those very things in the external world. So while this is what I think a lot of people find very confusing about what we say in terms of being a presuppositional apologist, it's not that we are literally saying there's no such thing as causation and teleology in the world. It's rather to say that the people that you're arguing against, skeptics, now I haven't heard CosmicSkeptic's position yet, but again, remember, what did we say to Matt Dillahunty? What do we say to Sam Harris, right? These skeptic types don't read and are not aware of David Hume. And the problem is that it doesn't appear that the Thomists and the classical theists, the classical foundationalists, etc., have ever read David Hume either, because they're never addressing his objections. The point is not to appeal to David Hume as an authority, right? This is another low IQ misunderstanding. The point is to appeal to the argument that David Hume makes about critiquing the peripatetic axiom, critiquing self-evident maxims, right? Critiquing the idea that there are neutral, theory-laden, value-neutral, causal, epistemic, metaphysical categories in truth that are just self-evident. They don't come as part of any worldview. And so we all just can appeal to those things, and if we all just think right, we'll all come to the right conclusions. But that's not the Christian view of how paradigms and truths and arguments and logic work, right? Logic is not a neutral thing, right, that doesn't come as part of a paradigm. It doesn't come as part of a theory. It does. That's the point, right? So already from the outset, we're going to have the same critique of Trent that I have of Ed Feser, right? I did a whole critique of Dr. Ed Feser's book, 5 Proofs. One of those proofs, one of those chapters is Principle of Sufficient Reason, and then another chapter on causation, where he tries to make a causal kind of a structured causal argument, not a causal chain argument, because according to Feser,
he doesn't even think we can make those, or that are even that worthwhile anymore. And in fact, he has no problem, he says, with his argument, his causal argument, proving an eternal creation. Right? Because if God is defined or explained as the eternal actualizer, as the classical Aristotelian causal argument says, then God has to have something to eternally actualize, or else the word eternal actualizer, first actualizer, that has no meaning. So then, as Basil says in his second homily of the Hexameron, now you get a dyad, because the eternal actualizer has to be actualizing something other than himself, something outside of himself. And that other, that outside, that prima materia, that celestial spheres, the external world, whatever you want to define it as other than the first actualizer, has to also be eternal. It's eternally actualized. It's eternally moved, right? And that is because, well, for many reasons. For one, the eternal actualizer does not have any potentia. And this is not even really controversial. There's no potentia in the first being, the first cause. Right? He actualizes at all times in everything that it wills to actualize, or whatever, however you want to phrase that. Right? Of course, Aristotle didn't think of God as a he. Aristotle thought of God as an impersonal force in it, thought, thinking itself. Right? That's different than the Christian conception of God. So already from the outset, we're going to see that they're missing the boat when it comes to how you argue for the God presented in the Bible. St. Gregory Palamas says that God is not an it. Right? He says in the Triads, in Exodus 3, Moses didn't say it, right? I am the supreme it, right? He said, I am he, right? I am the one who is, who being personal, right? So this distinguishes biblical revelation in terms of God being personal from the impersonalism, the abstract essentialism of Hellenic thought and pagan thought. So we have here just this basically restatement of versions of the cosmological causal types of arguments, and these arguments just simply don't work because they don't prove and demonstrate what they're setting out to prove unless you have Christian presuppositions. But that's the thing in question, right? So if I'm a Christian and I believe that the cosmological argument proves the Christian God, it's because of my Christian presuppositions that I read it that way, right? But there's nothing about an infinite causal chain or a finite causal chain or a first cause or multiple first causes. Right? Aristotle himself contradicts on this point, because at some points he says there's one first cause, and at other times he says the first cause is many. Which is it, right? And wouldn't that undercut the argument for the first cause or a God, if we're admitting that maybe multiple first causes are involved in the beginning of the universe, the beginning of things? Of course it does. The Bible does not teach eternal creation. That's fundamentally different and rejected by biblical Orthodox Christianity. That's Origenism. That's a version of Platonism. It's what you find in Aristotle. It's what you find in Freemasonry, right? All of those non-Christian groups teach that creation is an eternal generation, eternal actualized external reality to the one, etc., etc. So if our argument is basically proving the same type of God that Masonry proves, that another world religion proves, these are not good arguments. They're worthless arguments, really. They only work in that way if you reformulate them as a transcendental version of a cosmological argument, or a transcendental version of some metaphysical teleological argument, right? Because if we're going to start with sense data, right, and that's what this philosophy, this theology does. Thomas Aquinas says there's nothing in the intellect that is not first in the senses. That's called the peripatetic axiom. It's directly from Aristotle. So that's the beginning of all Thomistic epistemology. That's the beginning of Roman Catholic epistemology. Roman Catholicism has adopted, roughly speaking, the epistemology of Aquinas and the peripatetic axiom. So if we're at that point, then what we're arguing for is going to end up being an eternally moving actualizer, right? A first being that needs an eternal creation to define himself, to define his action and his movement,
And that's not Christianity. Again, Basil has a whole homily talking about how dumb this is, right? When he critiques Aristotle, he says, this idiot, Aristotle, posited a dyad because he posited an eternal first mover and then the eternal thing that the first mover moves, prima materia. That is not ex nihilo creation. You have to believe in ex nihilo creation to be a Christian. Because if you don't, you're a pagan, right? If you don't believe in ex nihilo creation, you're admitting that there's something other than God that's eternal. And not just eternal, it's as necessary as God, because God is defined by the thing that he creates. And that's another reason why Actus Purus, right, which is the Thomistic scholastic doctrine, the Roman Catholic doctrine, that there is absolutely no active or passive potentia in God at all. He is the purely actualized actualizer. And that means that anything that is potentia must be actualized, right? And how did we critique Phaser on that point? Oh, really? Then God must actualize all possible worlds, because Phaser has a whole chapter where he argues for possible worlds in God, right? The Christian theology, Thomism, can talk about possible worlds. That means potentia. But you just told me that there is no potentia in God. Right? And then we had other critiques as well relating to the fact that the way that God is described in terms of simplicity by Phaser in multiple chapters precludes the incarnation. Right? He says that God can't enter into time and space. He's eternal, unchanging, and if he entered into time and space, he would change. Time and space would affect him. And that would not be God, because God is unchanging and can't be affected by time and space. Really? You sure you want to go that route? Because Dr. Bradshaw has a great chapter where he critiques this argument, or the concept of the divine energies and on the divine glory, 2 chapters, in 2 essays, 2 papers, where he says that, doesn't the Bible say God hears our prayers? Yeah, exactly. So this idea that God can't interact with the world, right? He has no direct relation to the world. And the idea that his simplicity precludes him stepping into time and space, that is not Christian theology. You're doing Platonism. That's Platonic philosophy and theology. Because we believe that God stepped into time and space, you see. So how are you going to divorce your Christology from your apologetic? How are you going to divorce your Christology from your epistemology? How are you going to divorce your Christology from your metaphysic? You can't, right? Because our theology, if you read St. Maximus, what does he do? He says the logi is the meaning of the natural world. Can Thomas Aquinas say that Christ is the meaning of the natural world? Not really, right? I mean, he may say that in a sense, but it's not consistent. That's the point, right? We're not saying that Thomas never says consistent or correct things, but that he never says correct things, but that he's not consistent is the point. And so we've yet to have a Thomist or Roman Catholic who actually grasps the arguments that we're making. And almost always across the board, the arguments are, you don't understand Aquinas. It's not that difficult to understand these causal chain arguments, or to understand the structured causal argument that Phaser makes. And again, in about 5 or 10 places in the book, Phaser admits that he's not concerned about an eternal creation. He recognizes that the argument, as he's formulated it, admits that creation is eternal. That is not the Christian God. That's a worthless apologetic. Why are we arguing for Aristotle's thought thinking? So why are we arguing for the kind of God that's heterodox? Why are we arguing for Freemasonry's God? Right? These are terrible arguments.
You could also say that an object's existence doesn't need to be explained. But this violates the principle of sufficient reason, or
So here we have PSR. As I told you, this is where he was going right away. PSR, contingent things, natural causal chains can't explain the beginning of the causal chain. One reason that this is a terrible argument is that a series of natural causal chains does not ever get you to a supernatural beginning. In other words, there is no basis to make that leap unless you're a Christian and a believer, right? So, yeah, it does make sense if you're a Christian to believe that there's no infinite causal chain. But half of these Thomists are literally using arguments predicated on an infinite causal chain, because Aristotle says that the first actualizer has to always actualize something.
What did he always eternally actualize? Prima materia, right? Prime matter, which is pure potentia, right? So God needs pure potentia other than himself in the Aristotelian scheme, you see.
PSR, which says things have a reason for why they exist.
Now, what's another way that we can critique this argument? So remember, this argument begins with, well, we all know there's a principle of sufficient reason, and the principle of sufficient reason says things need an explanation of why or how they exist. So the principle of sufficient reason is now taking the place, or it's being imported into the causal chain, causal argument, first cause argument, but we are dealing with people who don't believe anymore in causation. Now you can say, well, that's a self-own. Yeah, it is. But once you start admitting that it's circular and it's a self-own, or it's a self-contradiction, now you're venturing into the domain of transcendental arguments, right? That's what we say, right? We say that's exactly right. You can't use logic and deny logic, right? But that's a different thing than explaining how do we know the principle of sufficient reason is the case? How do we know that the causal chain or the causation is actually operant in the world as a external objective phenomenon? Now, if you follow Hume's argument, Hume says that you can't if you have the peripatetic axiom as your basis. If you believe that nothing is in the intellect that's not first in the senses, where in pure sense data do you have causation? I'm not talking about event A and event B, but causation itself. You don't, obviously. And nobody who believes in this pure sense data, simplistic classic medieval theory could even begin to answer that, right? Now, again, the only response is they'll say, well, if you don't believe in causation, it reduces to absurdity. Yes, that's correct. We would agree with that, right? But that's why that moves us in the direction of transcendental arguments. If you're going to use transcendental arguments for those kinds of categories, why not use the transcendental argument for God himself, the ultimate category? This is what the Thomists and the natural theologians and the classical this is what they don't seem to understand, is that the categories that you're appealing to, causation, teleology, the self, time determination, the external world, identity over time, all those transcendental categories, they're also not theory neutral. They don't exist outside of a paradigm. They don't exist in a vacuum. Fazer even says they all hang together, right? When he discusses different kinds of mathematical objects in his chapter on math and numbers, universals, laws of logic, he says those all operate together as a synthesis. Well, if that's the case, then that's true also of the other transcendental categories that you appealed to. And if they all work and hang together, then they don't work as in a vacuum outside of some system or paradigm from which they're situated or grounded. And that's what they're not seeming to get, right? Is that there's a difference between using an argument, making an argument, using an argument, what I put in my argument, right? The order, what type of thing I pick to make an argument, that's different from whether in my worldview or in my system, I'm giving that epistemic or ontological priority. So this is a category mistake. And the big category mistake that Thomists make that they don't understand is that they will think that logical ordering or temporal ordering makes something have epistemic priority or metaphysical priority, right? If I begin my reasoning with sense data, then sense data must have epistemic and metaphysical priority. No, that does not follow. And especially doesn't follow when we're asking for how to justify the belief in those things. And that's the big thing that they can't do by necessity, because just like the skeptics, they box themselves in. Just like the materialists, they box themselves in. To what? To saying that all knowledge comes from sense data. That's Aristotle's basic dictum in posterior analytics and in metaphysics, right? This isn't even controversial. But how silly, right? To start our paradigm or worldview in something that we think is a self-evident maxim, that all knowledge comes from sense data, and then and then try to build up a system, stack on top of that a system of seeing in the natural world teleology and causation from sense data? I mean, have any of these people read a single modern book, the Bonjour book on epistemology? They would immediately be presented with about 5 major problems that can't be answered with that starting point under determination of data, right? How do you know that the thought corresponds to the object? And you could say, well, if we don't say that, then it falls apart. Yeah, exactly. That's a transcendental argument. Yeah, exactly. What about, basically, if you look at what I said to Stefan, right, in the Stefan Molyneux debate, I brought up all of these major problems that, guess what? They're the same for the skeptic as they are for the Thomist, right? Now, that might sound a little weird, but what? But they have different views, right? Of course they have different views, but I'm not critiquing their different views, and I'm not saying that they don't have some things right as Thomists.
Or so.
So if you go back to the Stefan debate, I listed several things for any empiricist position, right, that are problematic, that they cannot resolve. And remember, right, Thomism is an empiricist position. It's not empiricism, right? That's a different school. That's Locke, Berkeley, Hume, right? But the methodology of Thomism, like Aristotle, begins its epistemology and its system with sense data. And it makes the mistake, the category mistake, of thinking that because I start there from human perception, temporally or logically, that therefore that starting point must have epistemic priority, some higher level of certitude, or some metaphysical priority. And it doesn't, right? I could pick anything to make an argument or to start an argument, right? I could argue about pencils. I could say, here's a pencil, here's a pen. I'm going to argue for God's existence using tag, right, from a pen. Does starting my argument with pen mean that pens have epistemic priority and metaphysical priority? Well, we all know pens are just more certain than everything else, right? I mean, pens are just self-evident, right? Because we all use pens. That's literally the level that these people use to try to justify the categories that they start with. Literally, so in Fazer's book, why does he say we should believe things like the principle of sufficient reason or causation? He says because they're commonly accepted. They're generally accepted. What? That's almost as bad as Matt's argument. Why should I believe in values for beings? Because the ancestors accepted it, that beings have value. Okay, that's not a justification. Okay, that is a bad argument. That's a circular argument. And guess what? Thomists don't do circular arguments, ever, at any level. So once they start admitting that they will do for self-evident maxims, for their classical foundational maxims, self-evident so-called truths, once they start admitting that there's a circularity, now they've surrendered their system. Now they've surrendered foundationalism. They're not foundationalists anymore. Right? Once you start admitting transcendental arguments, right, for transcendental categories, if you're a Thomist, you've moved out of the realm of foundationalism. Now you're admitting circular arguments. And oh, wait a minute, I thought you were opposed to all forms of circular argument. But what you see, the point here is that at a worldview level, circular arguments are unavoidable. And what did I say to Stefan? I'm going to blow you away. Right? Everything that I said to Stefan in the debate is the exact same critique and thing I would say to the Thomist. Why? Because even though they have radically different conclusions about the world and God's existence, I know that. I know that Thomists affirm God, they affirm Christianity. I know that. What I'm critiquing is the invalid moves that they use to get there. What does every empiricist philosopher, right? Empirical philosopher, that is, any philosopher who begins his system with the presupposition, the starting point that all knowledge comes through sense data. That is the peripatetic axiom. That is Aquinas' view. And ultimately, that's the Roman Catholic view. That's why they make these arguments. There's the myth of the given. that objects just have a givenness, right? When you see an object, it's just immediately presented to you what the meaning of that object is, right? And that you're able to pick out that object in an array of objects. There's the problem of the external world. Sense data does not tell you that there is an external world. Sense data does not tell you that all knowledge comes through sense data. What's the peripatetic axiom? All knowledge that's in the intellect is first in the senses. Does sense data tell you that the peripatetic axiom is true? No, then it's self-refuting. There's the status of immaterial objects. There's the fact that there's no properly basic beliefs. There's the underdetermination of data. These are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 serious problems, right? For any foundationalist system of epistemology, and that's what Aquinas and Thomism is. So again, remember, the critiques are the same. I know they're different systems, and it doesn't matter because Stephan's starting point is the exact same as the Thomist starting point. All right, that was a long rant, but I forgot what we were even doing here. Let's get back to this.
We should believe this principle is true because if it were false, we would expect unexplainable events like objects popping into and out of existence without a cause to happen more often, or to put it more accurately, to happen at all. Science relies on PSR being true because otherwise we could never rule out the conclusion
That's true.
that things we observe simply have no reason for why they exist.
By the way, as a proponent of presup or transcendental argumentation, I don't disagree with causation. Obviously, duh. This is a basic low IQ mistake that people make when they hear, "Oh, you don't believe in causation." He follows David Hume. We got him. And they start having their little Coomergasm over there when they think that that's what we're saying, and it's not. Right? We believe in the principle of sufficient reason. Sure. We believe in teleology. Obviously, Maximus's whole metaphysic of logi is teleological. Sure. It's a very elaborate metaphysic. Right? We believe in God as a first cause. Sure. But that's not definitionally who God is. And that doesn't make him definitionally actus purus. And that's what Maximus says at the beginning of the chapters.
Exist. Finally, without PSR, we couldn't explain negative states of affairs. For example, it does not make sense to ask at this moment, why isn't Matt Fradd's hair on fire? But it would make sense to ask that question if a blowtorch were hitting his scalp and his hair remained unburned.
By the way, let's make an easy way to cut through all of this. What does St. Maximus, for example, how does he explain something like causation or the relationship of the one and the many, or for creatures, or the distinctions between objects, their time determinations? How does Maximus explain teleology? Quiz question. He says they're logi, right? They're patterns and rules and principles and ways that God has constructed and set up the natural world on the basis of these logi, these patterns in the divine mind. So if that's the case, then for us as Orthodox to be consistent, right, we would have to say that causation, teleology, this isn't even controversial, right? In Maximus's perception, in Maximus's assumption and worldview, teleology is bound up with the logos. There's literally no way to do teleology apart from the logi and the logos. Does that exist in Aquinas? Nope, not at all. There's no way that Thomas Aquinas will tell you that the meaning of the natural world is supposed to teach you logi. And that's why Maximus doesn't teach natural theology. It's natural revelation. Just read the first chapter of Orthodox Dogmatics by Staniloy. So that's an easy way to cut through this to show that Maximus would say causation, yeah, that teaches you Jesus. Jesus is the meaning of causation. The logos is the meaning of teleology. The whole metaphysic of the world is centered around the incarnation. He says the created order is like a garment that the logos wears. Does Aquinas say that? No, he does not. Now, Aquinas does believe in divine ideas, right? I'm not trying to be unfair to the position. I know he believes in the divine ideas. But he does not have the same nuance and the same categories and structures for the divine ideas and the patterns of creation that Maximus has. And all I'm trying to tell you is that you can't divorce the metaphysic and the Christian metaphysic, the logos metaphysic of St. Maximus from the apologetic and from your epistemology. How could you? It makes absolutely no sense, right? I mean, and that's precisely what Roman Catholics, Thomists do, is that they believe you can do your epistemology and your metaphysic apart from any appeal to revelation. There's nothing to, you're not going to the Trinity to understand the natural world, right? But what does Maximus say in Questions and Answers, Questions and Disputes? He says that there's a natural proof for the Trinity. Thomas Aquinas could never say there's a natural proof for the Trinity, because the Trinity is not part of natural revelation or natural theology. The Trinity is special revelation, and that's different, that's distinct from natural theology.
Both cases presuppose that things which exist must have reasons for why they exist, and they don't exist for no reason at all. But the explanation for the contingent things we observe cannot be another contingent thing. So it must be something beyond the universe or the entire collection of contingent things.
Why, right? I mean, I'm not saying that it's not the case that there has to be this beginning point cause, but the reason I know and believe that as a Christian is because it's revealed, right? It's not because there's any philosophical necessity or self-evident principle involved in there being multiple first causes. Aristotle believed in multiple first causes. Right? He contradicts himself. There's no, what's the inconsistency between saying that, okay, I believe in a first cause, but the first cause just happens to be the gods of Olympus. The gods of Olympus organize pre-existing matter. There's nothing prima facie inconsistent in that position if I start with the argument from sense data. It's like these people just have never looked at the history of philosophy in the last 500 years. They don't know that people have asked questions that they're not even responding to.
That explains why everything exists. Number two, does the universe explain its own existence? No, because that would make the universe a necessary thing, or something that has to exist by its very nature. But there are no reasons to believe the universe is necessary, and many reasons to believe it is not necessary.
Depends on what you mean by necessary, right? So if we mean eternal, well, Aristotle and the new arguments from Phaser admit that the universe is eternal. So you could say that it's not as necessary or necessary in the same way as the first cause or the first being. But if Phaser is going to say that now we can make arguments about eternal matter, we've surrendered Christianity at this point, right? So what these people don't understand is that they're making Hellenic arguments. They're arguing for the type of God that's not the God of the Bible. That's the problem here.
For example, the question, why is that triangle black, prompts an intelligible answer, whereas the question, why does that triangle have three sides, merely deserves the retort, because it's a triangle. But the question, why does the universe exist, does not prompt the retort, because it's a universe, since existence is not a necessary property of universes. It's more...
So this is all getting into ancient and medieval metaphysics, which, again, I don't have a problem believing in those things, but you're dealing with people who don't believe in metaphysics at all. So if you're going to try to argue with them, the people that reject metaphysics, which I agree is stupid, right? It's not going to work to rehash medieval metaphysics. You need a better argument to deal with their challenge. Because what you're not understanding, Trent, is that these are people who, ever since David Hume, have questioned the principles that you're presupposing. And to just say that they are the case is arbitrary. To just say, well, we all agree there's a principle of sufficient reason, that is not a justification. It literally it does not matter how many people agree or disagree in terms of the principle of causation, principle of sufficient reason, teleology. If everybody in the world, this is how dumb this is, right? This is literally like, so if everybody in the world suddenly decided, except for a few people, to reject teleology
Would that mean that, well, we don't believe that anymore, right? It's no longer general or commonly general or whatever goofy phrase Phaser used. I mean, that's literally the level that Matt Dillahunt was using to justify his metaphysics. That's not a sufficient answer. That's not a sufficient justification. That's not a grounding for the things that you're appealing to. The other thing, too, is that, remember, this is assuming autonomy. The problem with the atheist, the problem with the skeptic, is not that he lacks facts. It's not that he doesn't have enough information about, evidences, and he doesn't have enough, data in front of him to look over to see that, if you just looked at this math problem long enough, you would see that there has to be a first cause of the universe. That's not the problem that the unbeliever has. The problem is autonomy and fallenness and pride, right? So it doesn't work to do this kind of just show you more. Let me show you more evidence. Let me show you more evidence, without calling out the root of the problem, which is man's fallen epistemology, right? Autonomous epistemology. If you read Father Deacon Dr. Ananias' excellent paper on this point, the first thing he points out is the Roman Catholic tendency to say that natural reason operates autonomously from revelation. No, it doesn't. That's the root of the problem here. This is the root of all the problems in the Roman Catholic Church, is to believe that there's autonomous natural reasoning that operates outside of the bounds and domain of revealed supernatural theology. This is it. Everything hinges on this mistake for them.
It's more like the question, why is that triangle black? Which warrants an explanation beyond the thing that needs to be explained. There are two other factors about our universe that count against it having necessary existence. Its property of change and its finite past. So let's start with change. Change occurs when
Can we also talk about the fact that, again, just like with Sam Harris, these things that he's appealing to, existence, necessity, non-necessity, contingency, change over time, causation, the things that he's appealing to are very debated terms. Remember when we were talking about loaded terms in terms of the debate that we did yesterday? I'm not saying that they're loaded terms and that I reject them, okay? So don't take me out of context. Obviously, I don't reject any of those things. The point is that how do they function as a priori, as self-evident starting points when in your own worldview, right? If you're a Christian, don't you believe that causation ultimately has its meaning in God, in Christ? Doesn't the Trinity give the explanation to causation? Doesn't the Trinity give the explanation to metaphysics, to teleology? Right? Because there is no generic God. All of these arguments are predicated on proving generic theism, generic God. And they have to do that because of the presupposition of human autonomy. That man's problem is a lack of facts and evidence, when that's not man's problem. Romans 1 does not say all men need is more syllogisms. Romans 1 says that man's problem is that in his nous, in his heart of hearts, he's an idolater. He worships and serves the creature rather than the creator willingly, right? Because he's lost, because he's fallen. And what do the Roman Catholics have to do with Romans 1? They have to reinterpret that to mean, oh, Paul's talking about just giving people more syllogisms. If they only understood Aristotle, they would come to believe in a first cause. They would come to believe in a supreme super essence. Well, there's a ton of pagan religions that believe in a supreme super essence. Plato believes in a supreme super essence. Right? So is Plato saying? No, he's not. Right? Because it's not about becoming a Platonist. It's not about becoming a divine conceptualist. It's not about becoming a Neoplatonist. You have to accept the living God. And the living God says you are in sin. You have to repent. Paul says you can't know the truth without doing the truth. Repentance precedes proper interpretation, not just of the Bible, but of all the natural world. If the natural world's meaning is its logi, and the content of Scripture is also logi, as Maximus says, then the means that you're going to have to properly interpret either the natural world or the Bible is the same,
And it requires repentance. It requires the cleansing of the nous, right, through repentance, so that you can see properly, so that you can see all things in Christ, in God. And if you can't, then you're not going to interpret the natural world. Because the content of the natural world, the meaning of the natural world is Jesus. Just like the meaning of the Bible is Jesus. This is Maximus's whole point. And this is completely lost on the Roman Catholics and all of their natural theology. You want a whole chapter that makes this very point and critiques why we don't do natural theology. Right? It's the book that I've been recommending for many, many years. I read this years ago, this essay about 10 years ago, Mystery of Knowledge, right? St. Justin has a whole chapter on the theory of knowledge of St. Isaac the Syrian. Now, the whole chapter is about why we don't do natural theology as Orthodox. How could he, as a saint, say that if natural theology is the same as Orthodox theology? No, it's not. Right? There's not a saint in the Orthodox Church that will tell you they're the same. Right? I mean, if you just take the 20th century saints, right? Father Seraphim Rose, who will soon be a saint. Does he say that we teach natural theology? No, read his Genesis book. Right? He critiques the Thomistic misconceptions. Natural theology allows you to say that death existed before the fall. Natural theology allows you to say death is natural. And half the Roman Catholics say that. Yeah, now death is natural. Oh, really? Paul says death is the enemy. He says all death comes from the fall of Adam. Romans 8. Obviously, once you don't believe in Adam and Eve, right? Once you believe that they're the product of evolution, right? Pope Pius XII's encyclical allowing for theistic evolution. Now death exists for millions of years, and death is what produces Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve would not have come to exist biologically without millions of years of evolution producing them to be the first humans that are given a soul by God. That's the theistic evolution allowed by Pius XII, right? But that's completely contrary to Romans 8. Romans 8 says all death, natural and spiritual, right? Bodily death and spiritual death is the result of Adam's sin. So you have to believe in Adam. Or you're not going to, you literally will have no way to have correct Christology if you don't believe in the historical Adam.
When a potential X becomes an actual Y, this can involve intrinsic change like growth or extrinsic change like motion. But no potential X can become an actual Y on its own.
I never said there are no evidences, right? Evidences are interpreted within a paradigm. Listen to yesterday's talk. Like, when did I say you don't use evidences? A presuppositionalist is not against evidences. He just makes the point that evidences come within a paradigm, right? Every religion in the world claims miracles. So a claim of a miracle is not going to prove the religion. And even the Bible tells you not to follow miracles, right? Did you know that? Did you know that Deuteronomy 13 and 18 tell you not to follow mere miracles? So again, stop with the low IQ misunderstanding. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Any more than water can freeze itself, or a train car could propel itself. Instead, something like a freezer or a locomotive must actualize the potential for change in these objects.
So this is all act potency. This is all the assumption of Aristotelian metaphysics. Now, again, there's a lot of truth in Aristotle. Read Aristotle East and West by Dr. Bradshaw. But what is not being understood here is that this is all like huge philosophical debated stuff. The things that you're appealing to are not self-evident, for example, in the history of epistemology and philosophy. To just appeal to causation as if there haven't been 500 years of philosophers questioning it and asking legitimate questions on their own grounds, on the grounds of the atheists, on the grounds of the theists, well, and the atheists, because the empiricist philosophers critiqued themselves and empiricism such that it led to skepticism and the destruction of philosophy. Again, it's as if the Thomists just don't even think anything has happened in the last 500 years. Like, nobody has done anything in philosophy because they've never even thought that maybe the peripatetic axiom is not a self-evident axiom. Maybe it's part of a paradigm, right? Do we learn through sense data? Of course. Don't be so low IQ as to come here and think I'm saying that we don't learn things through sense data. Who would deny that? That would be utterly absurd to deny that, okay? But that doing something, that something is the case, or that we do this or that, is different from a justification in the epistemic sense. And this is what so many people don't understand, right? Saying that you do something is not the same thing as giving a justification or an account for how it's possible or how it's done. That was one of the mistakes that was being made in yesterday's debate. Remember, Sam Harris was saying, "Well, we're biologically predisposed to come up with morals, so therefore there's morals." That's descriptive, right? Stating that something is the case doesn't explain that it ought to be the case. So how do you give a justification for the ought? That's the question here. And again, the problem here is just that this whole argument, and I can guarantee you already, CosmicSkeptic is not philosophically sophisticated enough to call out these arguments. But if he was, he could call out the fact that Trent is basically assuming what he wants to prove. That's the root of this, right? The causal argument, the PSR argument, not only do they not prove the Christian God, they don't prove what they're trying to set out to prove.
But of course, those actualizers only change because something else actualized their potential for change. Could an infinite series explain this kind of change? No. Just as an infinitely long train of boxcars would sit motionless without a locomotive, an infinite number of things that must be actualized by something else would be changeless unless there was a cause of the series that is just pure actuality and had no potential. Just as a locomotive pulls without being pulled, this instance of pure actuality would actualize without being actualized by anything else. And since the universe contains a mixture of potential and actual, it is not the pure...
all of these grandiose claims, okay? Like, if I was a skeptic, if I was CosmicSkeptic, I would immediately just start calling this out like, dude, like, you just made all of these moves and you come from a system that believes everything has to start from sense data. I mean, for example, you just made a universal appeal, right? That this change potentia stuff is universally the case. How do you, as a finite being abstracting from sense data, supposedly, justify that universal claim? Again, have none of these people read David Hume? Now, if they have, I want to know like the basic reply, like, right? And we know that one idiot, Gordon, whatever his name, Tim Gordon, what was his reply? Well, because it's absurd to deny the principle of sufficient reason. It's absurd. Oh, that's a reductio. Now we're getting into circular arguments, right? So the principle of sufficient reason must be the case because it's absurd to deny it, and therefore it is the case because it must be. So it is because it is. But now, wait a minute. You, as a foundationalist, you don't believe in circular argumentation. So how does this work here? So you're doing two different things. Like you say, the classical foundationalists, they don't believe in paradigms, or they don't think that there's like different levels of knowledge because all knowledge comes from sense data, remember? So, but if all knowledge comes from sense data, you have no way to know that one piece of sense data is primary or self-evident over any other piece of sense data. It's just an illegitimate assumption. You have no way to know that the collections of sense data in this instance are better or preferable to the collections of sense data over here in this instance without assuming some other principle that is not from sense data. Do you see how it keeps doing all these things that are invalid moves on its own grounds? That's the problem. And they're just so hard-headed. Like they refuse to even consider this because they don't even realize that they're in a system. Like they're worshiping this system, this man-made ideal system. And they can't even answer the basic questions when people ask them. They said, like, how do you know the peripatetic axiom is true? It just is. It's commonly accepted. It must be. Okay, Matt. That's the Matt Dillahunty reply from the Thomists. Don't you understand that I'm just repeating what happened in history. Historical figures have already asked the presuppositional questions from these people, and if they were consistent, they would be David Hume.
Purely actual cause we're looking for. What about the universe's finite past? Something is necessary only if it is impossible for it to not exist. But if the universe came into existence, then it can't be necessary.
So again, how or why do these people think that these concepts like necessity, non-necessity, contingency, change, again, which I admit are all existent in the world, of course. But how do they think that all that stuff is self-evident? Like, how do they think? How is that more self-evident than any other fact of sense data? Do you see that their argument rests on that, right? That there's a myth of the given, or that there's some automatic, self-evident priority to some of the sense datas over the other sense datas? What is the criteria from sense data that tells you that some of the sense datas are more epistemically prior or metaphysically prior or greater than the other sense datas? You see? There is no principle in sense data. Do you understand that the whole system has already limited itself to say nothing exists in the intellect that's not first in sense data? Well, how does God get into the intellect? Oh, sense data. Really? What sense data? Causation, teleology. But now, wait a minute. Those are created things. So now we're to the problem of divine simplicity, created grace, which the Roman Catholic dialectic can't transcend. It can never answer or solve those problems.
It would instead stand in need of an explanation for why it exists. One reason to believe the universe has not always existed is because the past contains causal chains that explain objects and events in the present.
The fact that there's causal chains in the past does not lead to the conclusion that there must be a first instance of the causal change at some point in the past also. Again, maybe Trent should read Phaser's book, because Phaser has given up making the causal argument in the causal chain sense. He only thinks you can do this kind of layered, structured cause within cause within cause in an eternal, or basically eternal, universe, right? Again, Trent, maybe you should go read Phaser, because he doesn't even think this argument works anymore as you're presenting it.
Present. However, no past causal series that terminates in the present can be infinitely long, because that would lead to a contradiction. Consider Robert Kuhn's paper passer thought experiment. Imagine beings called paper passers who exist at every January 1st in the past. So there's one at January 1st, 2020, one at January 1st, 2019, and so on into an infinite past. Their job is to receive a piece of paper from the passer who held it during the year.
Again, if I was debating Trent, even as a presuppositionalist, right, not as an atheist, but either one, as an atheist or a presuppositionalist, I would say, Trent, where in sense data is all the stuff you're appealing to? Okay, well, let's just cut to the chase of your whole system, and let's destroy your whole system by just simply asking you, where in sense data is causation, is the necessity or knowledge of an external world outside of your mind, is the certitude that the sense data matches up to the objects. The content of the sense data is, how do you know that it matches up? Maybe we live in a simulation, right? Maybe the external world deceives us and gives us false sense data. So, I mean, I can go on and on and just simply pick out from the peripatetic axioms presupposition, from its starting point, that all of these, you're just talking and none of this has been given a justification. You're just saying all of this stuff. You're making all these arguments, which make perfect sense if God exists. But Trent, I thought that's what's in question here. The question is justifying belief in God. You can't presuppose a Christian paradigm and the Christian paradigm's understanding of causation and teleology to make an argument for God, unless you want to make a transcendental argument. But that's not what Trent is doing, and they don't believe in doing that.
Year before them, and to see if it's blank. If the paper is blank, then they write a
Trent doesn't have to explicitly state the peripatetic axiom, because the whole Roman Catholic system adopted it and it's built on it. Go read the peripatetic axiom at Wikipedia. It'll tell you the specific citation in Thomas Aquinas where he affirms it. Go read Fides et Ratio. It's the principle. It's there. It's not even in question that this is what Roman Catholic theology teaches in terms of its epistemology. Read Vatican I. It says just go look at history. Use your senses. Use your sense data, and you'll see that the Roman See was always primary. It's using this principle, right? Posterior analytics, Fides et Ratio. Any text on what natural theology is will tell you that Roman Catholicism affirms the peripatetic axiom. Stop with the low IQ questions.
Unique number assigned to them on it. If the paper they receive already has a number on it, however, then they just pass the paper along to the next paper passer at the end of the year. Now here's the question.
Don't tell me to chill. If I'm getting agitated, it's because we talked about this for years, and the lazy people in the chat who won't spend a minute to Google what the peripatetic axiom is and find the citation in Aquinas, then why are you wasting your time here? You're wasting your time listening. Go listen to something else.
What number is written on the paper given to the paper passer at January 1st, 2020, whose year will go downhill very quickly? There has to be some number written on it, because if it were blank, then the 2020 paper passer would write his number on it. But it can't be blank, because if it were, the 2019 paper passer would have written his number on it. But the 2019 paper passer could not have written his number on it, because if the paper were blank when he got it, the 2018 paper passer would have written his number on it. If there are an infinite number of paper passers, then we have a paradox. There is a piece of paper that arrives in the present that isn't devoid of numbers, but also can't have any particular number written on it. And this isn't unique to this scenario. Other thought experiments like Thomson's lamp or the Grim Reaper paradox show that objects cannot have infinite causal histories. This means causal series must be finite in nature, and the first member of the series would have to be uncaused.
No, it wouldn't. And in fact, Aristotle doesn't have a problem saying that the first cause is in a metaphysical sense prior to what he's moving, but that what he's moving is also eternal. And again, remember, Roman Catholic theology posits that because of divine simplicity, all the attributes and names of God are synonymous with his essence. So that means that that's the Fourth Council of Lyons. Go look up the affirmation of Peter Lombard's view of divine simplicity at the Council of Lyons. So don't come at me trying to tell me that that's not the Roman Catholic view. I know what the Council of Lyons, you go look it up. Read what Peter Lombard said about simplicity. He said every one of the predicates of God is synonymous amongst themselves and with the essence. So that means that if God is eternal and God is creator, then he's also eternal creator. This is the modal collapse argument. And it doesn't matter how many times you tell me about John Duns Scotus or any of these medieval, I know all that. All I have to do to refute the Roman Catholic system is to point out one dogmatic contradiction. And I just gave it to you, right? Fourth Council of Lyons affirms Peter Lombard's dogma of divine simplicity. Go read Dr. Bradshaw's paper, Kat Epinoia, the long essay, Kat Epinoia, the 30-page essay on Kat Epinoia. He has a whole section citing Peter Lombard and the Fourth Lateran Synod's dogmatic affirmation. That's dogmatic for Roman Catholics. Go get your Denzinger out. It's dogmatic.
And since causal chains must be finite, this means the number of events before today must be finite, and so time is finite. If the past is finite, then our universe began to exist and would require an uncaused cause for its existence. Notice that we are at an important juncture. We've seen the universe has an explanation for its existence, and that explanation is not the universe.
All I have to say is, oh, okay, thank you, Trent. I believe all of your arguments. I'm a Muslim now. Good job. Oh, thank you, Trent. I believe all of your causal arguments. I accept Jehovah's Witness theology. Thank you. Good job. Yes, you proved the Jehovah's Witness God to me. You proved the Judaic God to me. You proved the Muslim God to me. Why are we using dumb arguments that any sect, any world religion, or any monotheistic religion, which is a false religion, could use? They're worthless.
Itself. Instead, this explanation...
And it doesn't matter if they have convinced people, right? We don't use the argument just because it's pragmatic.
...is necessary, or it explains its own existence. It is uncaused because it is the source of all causes. And it is pure actuality because it is the source of all change and motion in the universe. What else can we know about this cause of the universe? Number 3, is this cause changeable? No, for 2 reasons. First, change only happens when potential is reduced to actual, but this cause is pure actuality, so it can't change. Second, since causal chains can't be infinite, this means there can't be an infinite series of events. Since change is an event, this means the first cause cannot be subject to such an event, or it must be changeless. Question 4, is the cause temporal? No, because time is how we measure change. And because the cause of the universe is changeless, it follows that it must be timeless as well. Number 5, is this cause material? No, for 2 reasons. First, we know the cause is changeless and matter is always changing, at least on the atomic and subatomic levels. Second, if the cause is timeless, then it must also be spaceless or immaterial, because to be in space is to be in time. Even if the cause were a simple thing with no proper parts, it would still change in relation to other things or points in space. And so it can't be confined to space, just as it can't be confined to time. Number 6, is the cause limited? No, because that would contradict the cause being pure actuality. To impose a limit on something would be the same as saying there is a potential for that thing which the thing in question can never actualize. That means the cause's causal power could not be limited, which is another way of saying the cause is all-powerful, or there is nothing it can't do.
Now we made a big mistake because we've locked ourselves into the actus purus doctrine. Right now we've so adopted the first cause argument to the extent that we are basically restating Aristotelianism so strongly here in this point that we must affirm actus purus. Now, remember, Roman Catholic theology dogmatically affirms not just the Lombardian definition of simplicity, but also actus purus. Many places, right? This isn't even in question. Now, I want to be clear here because, yes, there's nothing wrong with, in a sense, saying, as John Damascus does, and as St. Maximus does in the 100 chapters, that, yes, in relation to creation, God is actus purus. But Maximus is very careful in the same section at the beginning of the first chapter, the 100 chapters, to say that this is not definitionally true of God, right? So sometimes we say things about God only in relationship to creation or to him being creator, right? Such as providence, such as foreknowledge. But we don't say those same things of him from all eternity. This is a basic point St. Athanasius makes against the Arians, right? For example, you have to distinguish between God eternally begetting and God creating the world. So not everything that we say about God is identical. It can't be. It causes huge problems when we're talking about attributes and actions. But actus purus is a strict doctrine which says that God absolutely from all eternity definitionally and essentially is pure act with no active or passive potency, no potentia. If you read Bradshaw, what is act in Aristotle? It's energeia, right? God is pure energy with no potentia. God is pure action. So remember, again, what did Phaser say? Right? He made arguments for possible worlds. Now, wait a minute, Dr. Phaser. If God doesn't possess potentia, how does he possess, how are there possible worlds that he didn't actualize? He would have to actualize it, you see. Now Trent has got into this dialectic, though, of adopting actus purus in a definitional sense. And make no bones about it. I'm not saying that all Roman Catholics deny creation ex nihilo. I'm just pointing out that if you're going to take the definitional sense of actus purus, you can't have creation ex nihilo anymore. So if I was cosmic skeptic, I would call him out and say, you're arguing for an Aristotelian system, a Platonic type of system. This isn't Christian theology. The Bible says God created the worlds out of nothing, right? That's in Maccabees. What does Hebrews 11 say? Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen, for by it the elders obtained a good testimony. By faith, we know that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that everything that exists was made from what is not seen. How does Hebrews 11 characterize the doctrine of creation in the beginning of the world? Is it natural theology? Is it reasoning back through causal chains? That text is a problem for the strict Thomistic scheme, because it's saying that it's by faith that we know the beginning of the world, right, was done by a personal God and began at a point in time. It was ex nihilo. You see, that's different than the Aristotelian framework. And if you doubt me, again, go read Basil's Hexameron. I think it's Hexameron 2. It's on the other shelf. Pretty sure it's Hexameron 2, where he critiques Aristotle on this very point. And that also shows, by the way, that is it true that Basil lays out a transcendental argument in every way that I'm saying it? No. John Damascus is the closest when he makes a transcendental argument at the beginning of the philosophical chapters. But if Basil's going to make the same critique that I would make of Aristotle and of Trent, then that illustrates the point right there. Right? Aristotle's actus purus doesn't work. And the point is not whether you can use the word actus purus, because Maximus and John Damascus only use that in contrast to creatures. Right? Creatures are composite, creatures are acted upon. God is not composite, God is not acted upon. So in that way, in that sense, he's actus purus, right? But he's not definitionally actus purus in the sense that his essence is pure act. That's the problem in the Roman Catholic systematization and formulation of this. And that's why the direction that Trent is going here is essentially arguing for an Aristotelian Hellenic type of God that is not the God of the Bible.
And if the cause can bring something into existence from nothing, then there really is nothing it can't do if it can accomplish that feat. Number 7, is the cause necessary? Yes, because if it were contingent, or if it depended on something else in order to exist, then this cause...
Here's the problem with saying that the first cause is actus purus and is necessary. If he's a necessary pure actualizer, then he's eternally necessarily a pure actualizer. This is the reasoning of Aristotle. Aristotle is more consistent than the Roman Catholics, because Aristotle realizes his doctrine of actus purus doesn't allow for a creation ex nihilo. That's impossible in the scheme. But Trent wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to have an actus purus God of Aristotle, but also the actus purus God of Aristotle who creates at a beginning point in time, even though he's the eternal actualizer. That makes no sense. If he's an eternal actualizer, then what he actualizes is also eternal, or else the words don't make any sense.
Cause would need an explanation for why it exists, and our argument would start all over again. Also, because this cause is changeless, it can't go out of existence, because going from being existent to non-existent...
If the cause is changeless, then you're going to have to be consistent and adopt Aristotle's eternal creation, eternal prima materia doctrine, because you've defined him as his definitionally as pure act. Now, wait a minute. As a Christian, are you a Christian or an Aristotelian, Trent? Because as a Christian, you believe that there was a time when there was not a created world. And so God was not ad extra actualizing, correct? Right. But if he then became an actualizer, then his essence changed. Because you defined him as a pure act. How would he be pure act and not actualizing something? Right? But you'd have to say that, right? If you're saying that there was a time when there wasn't creation. Okay, so if there wasn't creation, was there potentia? No, they dogmatically exclude any potentia in God. Remember, God's essence is pure act, they say. Then we're at a serious contradiction here. Now, CosmicSkeptic is not going, I'm not being mean, but he's not going to be sophisticated enough to call this out, I don't think. He might critique the basic bitch level, causal chain stuff. That's my guess where he's going to go. But I would just be like, dude, you have just made a serious, cake and eat it too contradictory argument here, right? Because you can't have a definitionally actus purus Aristotle God and then turn around and tell me that you want to convince me of a religion where he's not actus purus because there was a period where he didn't create. There was no creation. He wasn't actualizing something and then he actualized. So he went from a non-actualizing state to a potentia state to becoming the actualizer when he created. Boom, it just contradicted.
Process. And we know the cause of the universe is timeless and changeless. Moreover, in being pure actuality, this cause would have no potential for non-existence.
What did I say? Again, I'm not being unfair. I know the Roman Catholics are already saying, you're being unfair. You're not giving the position the way he... You say that God's essence is pure act. Actus purus is a corollary of absolute divine simplicity. The reason Aristotle and Aquinas say God or the first cause is simple or non-composite is because he doesn't possess any potentia, he doesn't possess any accidents.
And so it could not fail to exist. Question 8, is the cause personal? Yes, and here are 5 reasons to think so. 1, there are only...
Now here's where it's going to get hairy, because he's going to start tacking on these things that ultimately rely on revelation. Right? But remember, in the Thomistic scheme, they don't believe in appealing to revelation when they're in the domain of autonomous natural reasoning. Right? Fides et ratio. What does it say? Natural reason is autonomous and does not have anything to do with revelation.
2 kinds of entities that exist. Concrete ones, like 2 toy blocks, and abstract ones, like the number 2 or the shape of a cube. But unlike concrete objects, abstract objects like numbers and shapes have no causal power. Therefore, the cause of the universe cannot be an abstract object like a number, but must be some kind of concrete object. But we also know this cause must be an immaterial concrete object, and the only immaterial causal reality we know of is some kind of mind, which means the cause must be personal in nature. 2, there are only 2 kinds of explanations for physical phenomena, scientific ones and personal ones. Scientific explanations consist of physical laws that describe matter-energy interactions. For example, the scientific answer to the question, why is that pot boiling, is that heat is agitating the water molecules and causing evaporation. The personal explanation would involve an intention of an agent, like the pot.
This is a little better. I would agree with the line of argumentation that he's making here. I agree with. However, remember that this is just simply not consistent with the actus purus that he's laid out. You can't have Aristotle version of actus purus where you define God's essence as pure act with no potentia and then say, but this actus purus is also personal, right? Because Aristotle's AP doesn't work with this God. That's the point here. And a lot of people are confused because they'll say, well, then why would John Damascus say God is pure act? Why would you use the phrase that God is the one? Why would you say that God is a first cause? Because it just depends on how you mean those things. That's it, right? It's not the words themselves that are the problem. It's the sense that is the problem. And this is what so many people do when they get tripped up on language, word, concept fallacy.
Pot is boiling because I wanted tea. A universe beginning from nothing can't have a scientific explanation because a state of nothingness lacks the matter, energy, and descriptive laws that make up those explanations. Therefore, only a personal explanation of the universe remains. 3, this cause of the universe explains the existence of not just material objects, but also abstract objects like numbers, mathematical truths, and propositions. But these entities only...
This is getting a little better. This is like the Phaser chapter on abstract objects, and he's kind of getting in the direction of divine conceptualism, which I agree with that, right? We make the divine... We have a form of divine conceptualism in the Logi doctrine. However, remember that for Roman Catholics, this is not going to work out too well because they pretty much across the board locate and identify and smush the divine ideas into the divine essence. They literally say the divine essence is identical to the divine ideas. Now, remember, if God is pure act, no potentia, his essence is pure act, no potentia, and if that essence is eternal, then all of those divine ideas, which are somehow distinct, I don't know how they're supposed to be distinct if there's no real distinctions in the divine essence. That would mean that the many things of creation are not really distinct. I mean, how could distinct beings be based on an essence that has literally no distinctions? Okay, that doesn't work. But setting that aside, the created order, right, which is patterned on the divine ideas, it has to come to be.
Because if the divine ideas are eternal and they're the patterns of creation, then creation must come to be. Or else it's meaningless. It makes no sense. Or you have to then say God has many ideas that he did not actualize. So he only actualized some of these, and that's the basis of the created order. Now we've admitted potentia in God again.
Only exist in the mind. And so if these objects have necessary existence, then they must reside in a necessarily existing mind that is explanatorily prior to them. Moreover,
this is good. I do agree with the divine conceptualist argument. However, it ought to be tweaked. It has to be tweaked to St. Maximus's doctrine of the Logi, or else it's not going to work. If you put the divine ideas in the divine essence, as Augustine and Aquinas in the West do, almost across the board, the argument is not going to work, right? It's gonna be a version of Platonism, and that's why we don't affirm Platonism and we don't say the divine ideas are the divine essence.
if this mind has no potentiality, then its knowledge of these truths could not be limited, and so it must.
Did you hear that? The divine mind has no potentiality. Oh, he just messed up there, big time. So now he's back to being consistent with the Actus Purus doctrine. The mind of God has no potentiality. But wait a minute, I thought that creation was a freely willed thing. I thought that God doesn't actualize every possible world. Exactly. You want to hear that again? Let's hear that again. Make sure he says it.
A number, but must be some kind of concrete object. But we also know this cause must be an immaterial concrete object. And the only immaterial causal reality we know of is some kind of mind, which means the cause must be personal in nature. 2, there are only 2 kinds of explanations for physical phenomena, scientific ones and personal ones. Scientific explanations consist of physical laws that describe matter-energy interactions. For example, the scientific answer to the question, why is that pot boiling, is that heat is agitating the water molecules and causing evaporation. The personal explanation would involve an intention of an agent, like the pot is boiling because I wanted tea. A universe beginning from nothing can't have a scientific explanation because a state of nothingness lacks the matter, energy, and descriptive laws that make up those explanations. Therefore, only a personal explanation of the universe remains. 3, this cause of the universe explains the existence of not just material objects, but also abstract objects like numbers, mathematical truths, and propositions. But these entities only exist in the mind, and so if these objects have necessary existence, then they must reside in a necessarily existing mind that is explanatorily prior to them. Moreover, if this mind has no potentiality, then its knowledge of these truths could not be limited, and so it must.
So now he's admitted necessary creation. Now he's admitted eternal creation. Now he's not literally saying he believes in eternal creation, but what he just said leads to that. That's another reason why this argument just doesn't work. The God that he's ending up to presenting here is an unknowable, irrelevant, unmoving, unchanging Hellenic force, not the second person of the Godhead who steps into time and space, becomes incarnate. So I'm not saying that Trent Horn denies the incarnation. I'm saying that when the Roman Catholics do their philosophizing and their apologetic, they act like you can do it apart from and with no reference to the incarnation. That's the problem here.
Must be all-knowing. 4, many atheists say they believe in God if they saw something like an amputated limb healed through prayer. But this means that they would pick a divine explanation for an event over simply saying the event has no cause whatsoever. But if our universe came into being just as inexplicably as a healed, amputated limb, then atheists should be consistent and conclude that the universe is a divine cause as well. 5, our universe contains moral properties that only make sense if they have a transcendent moral source. Now, morality only applies to persons, so if the cause of the universe is the source of these moral properties, then it must be a supremely good person and not an amoral, impersonal force. Which brings us to my last question. Number 9, is the cause of the universe good? By good, I'm
not sure that follows. I mean, we've got all of these assumptions that have not been justified. We got all these arguments being made
that kind of appeal to like common sense, common morality. I mean, why, even if we admit a first cause, why must it be a moral first cause? I don't understand how he made that leap on that point.
In both the moral and non-moral sense of that word. A car has a bad timing belt, not because the belt is disobedient, but because it can't fulfill its purpose of synchronizing an engine's valves. It's bad because it lacks something it needs in order to act in accord with its nature. And this is true not just for artificial objects, but also for natural ones like trees and animals. Now, if the cause of the universe has no potential and is pure actuality, then it must be good by definition. That's because it wouldn't lack.
Well, this is a problem because now we have grades of being, assumptions of levels of being, chain of being, that if you are actus purus, that's better. That's a higher, better reality than the lower composite reality. Really? Where has this been shown? Where was this argument made? No, it's just sort of like a train just sort of going through the china shop with like not even questioning any of these arguments, right? It's like nobody's. I don't know where Cosmic Skeptic's going to go with this, but it just makes me want to get the Phaser book back out because Phaser did the same stuff, right? It's like, let me throw out 9 things that the ancient and medieval world said, and let's see if you can respond, Mr. Atheist. Well, again, I'm going to critique the peripatetic axiom, right? I'm going to ask you, well, you're bringing in stuff like personalism, but I don't have an a priori sense of what personal or personalism is. I mean, yes, I can use analogies between how there's a human person who is distinct from common human nature, right? We're instantiations in particular instances of human nature, and then we are distinct persons, right? But that doesn't tell me really how I'm supposed to therefore leap to God is an analogy to a human person or mind. I believe that as a Christian, but I believe it because of divine revelation. Trent wants me to just kind of like make these leaps. Like, oh yeah, I guess, there's order in the world. It must come from a super mind, right? I just don't think that argument works very well unless you're using a transcendental argument. That's an even stronger way to make that argument. Because then you've got a whole paradigm that you're presenting and arguing for, which includes an explanation for personalism, for persons, for nature, for existence, for being, right? These debated philosophical categories, for metaphysics, for teleology, for ethics. You've got all of those things in the paradigm of Christianity. But remember, Trent's not arguing for a paradigm. He's just acting like all this stuff is just, well, we all know this. It's just commonly general, right? Or whatever phrase Phaser uses.
Lack anything. And so it cannot be bad in the non-moral sense of that word. But the cause is also morally good because it is the source of objective morality, or what I call moral facts. Alex said in his debate with Frank Turek that if objective morality...
I'm sorry, I know I keep pausing, but I have to critique this here because why do we think that the causal chain in the natural world tells us that the original uncaused actualizer is somehow moral or good? I mean, for example, if I'm looking at the natural world as it is now after the fall, reasoning back to the cause of the natural world as it is, it looks to me like the creator of this world is blind, bumbling, wants there to be death everywhere. He wants that parasitical, cyclical nature of life and death feeding on one another. Remember, this is from people who believe in theistic evolution too, by the way. So millions of years of death produces Adam and Eve. Now, if that's what I do to learn about the beginning of the world from natural theology, I'm saying, right? Natural theology, remember, we don't appeal to revelation. We look at the natural world, we look at causation, we look at teleology, we look at causal chains, blah, 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 blah. And then supposedly we derive these like generic principles for the generic theism from all this. But how do I interpret the natural world when the natural world is full of death and the Bible says death is the enemy? Natural and spiritual death is the enemy, because all death is just death from the same angel of death, Satan. Right? He's the one who brought death into the created order. Romans 8 is very, very clear that the cosmic scope
of Adam's sin, right, is not just spiritual, it's also physical, right? All of the corruption and decay, even down to the animal world, the vegetative world, right? All that decay and corruption that came as a result of Adam's sin is not just physical or spirit, it's both. Death is the last enemy to be destroyed in the resurrection. Does Paul believe that there's only a spiritual resurrection? No, that's Gnostic. There's a physical resurrection, and so the physical death also is a result of Adam's sin. Just like Christ's reversal of Adam's sin is a physical resurrection as well as spiritual. Baptism being the spiritual, the bodily resurrection being the physical. Paul says we have a down payment now, the Holy Spirit, baptism, that is the beginning and the down payment for the bodily resurrection in the future, which he calls the adoption. And he says that adoption of the sons of God is the resurrection of the whole cosmos in Romans 8. So how could you understand the cosmos apart from Christ when the cosmos' whole purpose, telos, is Christ? This is ludicrous. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to erect philosophy systems to convince people when literally the whole argument that Paul in the New Testament and St. Maximus makes is that when you look out at the natural world, that's teaching you Jesus. And it doesn't matter whether unbelievers find that hard to swallow, right? Oh, we can't say that. We can't tell them that. Oh, they'll never buy that. We got to water it down and talk about syllogisms all day and blah, 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 blah. The point is not that syllogisms are bad. The point is that in Romans 1, Paul explains man's problem is not a lack of syllogisms. It's not a lack of evidences. It's not that he doesn't look long enough at the natural world to understand, this or that. It's that man is a sinner. That's man's problem. Autonomous epistemology is man's problem. And that's what the classical foundationalists and classical theists don't understand.
Morality or moral facts existed, then this would be a compelling argument for God. So we can make an argument like this. If moral realism is true, then God exists. Moral realism is true, therefore God exists. Moral realism is the view that human beings discover moral truths and don't create them. Truths like rape is always wrong or all human beings have equal worth do not depend on human beings for their existence. Alex seems to agree with premise one, and other famous atheists also agree. For example, J.L. Mackie said of moral facts, they are most unlikely to have arisen in the ordinary course of events without an all-powerful God to create them. But why should we believe these moral facts exist? We are confident the external world is real and that other minds exist simply because those things seem to be real. If moral truths like rape is always wrong seem just as real, then the burden of proof is on the moral skeptic to show us why we should think otherwise. Now, Alex has previously said these moral truths are the objective consequences of subjective assumptions, like the goodness of increasing well-being. But if that's true, then they aren't objective because they depend on precarious assumptions we can and should challenge. For example, imagine we could genetically engineer human fetuses so they grow up with a desire to be slaves whose source of happiness comes from blindly obeying other people. That might cohere with the overall goal of promoting human pleasure or well-being, but many people will rightly say this is wrong because it contradicts a basic moral fact independent of that assumption, that we ought to treat human beings with dignity and respect. So if you believe in moral facts, then you should believe an all-powerful God created them. Second, human beings are morally responsible for their actions. Alex says all physical events are determined by prior physical causes. But if that's the case and we lack free will and arsonists and serial killers are just as determined as lightning bolts and tigers, then it would be nonsensical to blame humans for actions just as it'd be nonsensical to more.
This is the same point that we saw yesterday with William Lane Craig to Harris, right, which is the naturalist fallacy, determinist fallacy. Plantinga has a good famous essay making this point. This is a really good argument, right? I mean, if you're going to bite the bullet with a materialism and determinism, I mean, you're pretty much done for when it comes to trying to debate or have a moral duty or that you're accountable for your actions, right?
Morally blame a hurricane. Moreover, if punishment isn't something that's deserved, but rather something the state metes out for the good of society, the state could theoretically punish innocent people, like a criminal's family members, if such an act reduced crime overall by deterring criminals who at least care for their family members. But it's objectively true human beings are capable of being blamed, and it's objectively wrong to intentionally punish innocent people. This is something that only a divine foundation of morality could make sense to hold up moral realism. So when all of these arguments are seen as a whole, they form a strong case that there is a changeless, timeless, immaterial, infinite, necessarily existing, all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good cause of the universe, or what most people refer to as God.
So just in summation, I'm not going to talk a long time because I talked a lot during Trent's thing. Not everything was bad there. Overall, yes, we do agree that this personal God, the idea of an intentional creation and action does lead to those things that he's arguing for, but it would just be better formulated, in my view, in a transcendental version or form. Like the way that he's making this argument, if you were to not couch it in the classical theism, autonomous epistemology realm, but to move it into transcendental arguments, they would be stronger and better. And the easiest way to show that is to just again point out that the God that he's arguing for is inconsistent, right? Because the actus purus God, who's a necessary being, by the way, he admitted paradoxes, which is odd because if he's going to admit that it's a paradox or a mystery as to how there's not an infinite causal chain but a first cause, well, I mean, at that point, like, why aren't we appealing to Revelation, right? I mean, I thought the whole point of like why we're doing this in the classical foundationalist view is to avoid the idea of paradoxes and mysteries, and again, I know all systems have that. It's just it was an odd admission that, well, there's a paradox involved here, but now wait a minute, is it a paradox or is it a contradiction when we get down to this point about God is pure act with no potentia? God is defined as pure act with no potentia. The actus purus God of Aristotle is not personal and can't be personal, right? Because he doesn't choose to create at a point in time. He's the eternally actualizing actualizer. And yet then we turn around and say that God's mind, which in that Roman Catholic system is identical to the divine essence, is also pure act with no potentia. Again, contradicting the idea that God does not actualize all possible worlds. He would have to. Otherwise, there's a potentia in God. So, some big mistakes there. Not everything bad in that argumentation. Some good arguments there. There's also kind of like not a coherent presentation in the sense of like just spitting out like 9 different arguments is odd. Why would we not make 9 arguments for Christianity? Again, one of the biggest flaws of this approach is that the Muslim, the Jehovah's Witness, the guy who starts his cult down the road, can all make this argument. Are we really joined with every world religion and cult that believes in some first cause? What if a Satanist believes that the universe has some first cause? Oh, we're on the same team, bro, against the atheist. That makes no sense.
Thank you very much, Trent. 4 seconds remaining. That was pretty impressive. Okay, Alex, are you ready for your opening statement?
Just about. Let me get up a timer as well, and I'm pretty much good to go. I'll just hit go whenever you.
All right.
Whenever you say.
Go for it.
All right. Okay, well, yeah, thanks, Matt. And thanks to Trent as well, of course, for agreeing to do this debate. I can't say I was too familiar with Trent's work before I agreed to this, but from what I can tell, I think we'll make a good pairing. We have a lot more in common than people might think. For a start, we are both technically Catholics. I was baptized, I took communion, I was confirmed, I used to pray my rosary. I even served a brief stint as an altar boy, so I think I've had at least some experienced sailing, shall we say, before I jumped ship. But to be clear, I didn't jump ship onto another ship. I gave up my belief ultimately in Catholicism and God, but not for some other belief system. I won't even say that there is no God or that I believe there is no God. I just think that the arguments in favor of that proposition remain.
Now, here's the basic misunderstanding. He believes that he has adopted a neutral position, that he no longer has a belief system. sorry, but that's a elementary philosophical mistake. Everybody has a belief system. Even if you think you are an agnostic, which you're not actually agnostic, it's actually impossible to be completely agnostic. You have a belief system. You have a worldview, despite the protestations to the opposite, despite the pretending that you have adopted a purely neutral position.
Wanting. Still, I will offer one argument to suggest
I'm going to plug this computer in.
Perhaps God does not exist, for which I do have a burden of proof. But this is something of an overdetermination. My mission here broadly is just to show that there isn't sufficient reason proposition that God does exist, which basically means responding to Trent's arguments and playing by his rules. Some people might claim this doesn't technically make me an atheist because they think someone who merely lacks belief is not an atheist. But if so, then so be it. My job today isn't to be an atheist, but to argue against Trent's assertion that God exists.
This is actually a canard. We saw this with Matt, right? Where they always try to play this. Say, I don't actually affirm a position. I just don't think there's a good reason to believe in God. And then when it comes down to it, when you ask them to give an account for the immaterial, invariant, abstract, universal categories, transcendental things, objects, number, they can't, right? They don't have any account for it, and they just say it just is, dude. Go away. It just is. Right, that's their account most of the time. Okay, at least with Sam Harris, with Matt, and I'm assuming probably with CosmicSkeptic. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude or unfair. It's just that I can kind of already deduce that if he literally thinks that he doesn't have a belief system anymore, this is a really naive, sophomoric philosophic position, right? I mean, everybody has a belief system, right? I mean, you have some basic ideas, even if you're an agnostic, about metaphysics, about epistemology. I mean, being a quote agnostic is an epistemic position, right? It's a relativistic position in that you don't believe that you or anyone necessarily has any certitude or epistemic objective certainty.
God exists. In the meantime, you can call me whatever you like. So the argument that I mentioned, the one that I just mentioned, in my view, is not just an interesting consideration, but I think it is the single biggest problem for Christian theism that exists. The biggest reason as well that's preventing me from seriously entertaining theism. And that problem is
maybe Roman Catholicism and the bad arguments and the bad actions of the papacy, as we've said, like these are atheism factories. Maybe that's part of what. Now, I'm not saying that justifies atheism. I'm just saying that maybe his leaving Roman Catholicism perhaps has to do with unconvincing elements of Roman Catholicism, right? Maybe that's part of this equation. Now, I'm not familiar with CosmicSkeptic's background and approach, so I don't know. I didn't know he was going to say that. I didn't know that about him.
Is the problem of animal suffering. Now, since this is an opening statement and not a rebuttal, I'll lay this argument out first, animal my affirmative case, before responding to Trent's arguments.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot. We got a vegan. Uh-oh. Cue up little AIDS. Tristan, where you at? We got a vegan in the house.
Later stage. Okay, so the problem of evil is famously one of the trickiest issues for theism, but it's almost always, as a reflection of our general philosophical considerations, I think, completely anthropocentric. Frequently, the problem of evil doesn't just focus on humans at instead of non-humans, or not taking into consideration non-humans just as much, but it completely neglects any mention of the suffering of non-humans at all. But let's start with humans. The problem of evil, loosely, is this. I like to discuss the problem of suffering more than the problem of evil per se, just because some people apparently think it's problematic for an atheist to talk about evil, as we've seen. However, Christians and atheists can both agree on the simple fact that suffering exists. And if suffering does exist, then the point is this. Any religion which purports the existence of a loving God must demonstrate why the suffering in the world is justified.
Now, this is interesting because you sure you want to go the route of calling for justification? I mean, Sam Harris avoided justification, right? That was a dangerous word for him. Matt Dillahunty in our debate, let's not go in the direction of justification. CosmicSkeptic, are you sure you want to start bringing up justification? Because I'm going to go ahead and guess that you are going to have a hard time in that domain.
The problem is most difficult, I believe, not on the problem of moral evil, but so-called natural evil. That is, suffering caused not by human free choice, like things like murder or rape, but rather by earthly events, generally referred to, somewhat unfortunately perhaps, as acts of God. Earthquakes, tsunamis, natural diseases, etc. The difficulty for the theist in cases such as these is not so much to say that they're justified, but to say that these aren't evil at all, because they result from the natural order which God controls, not human action, and therefore must be justifiably inflicted, making it not evil, but actually a demonstration of either justice or necessity. That is to say, when an earthquake rips a child from her mother's arms, this isn't something to bemoan, but to celebrate, since all actions of God must be just, and so we would be witnessing some expression of divine justice, presumably with some great post-mortal reward. Now, Trent has previously, as I've seen, tried to flip the question on the atheist by simply saying that it's possible that God has some morally sufficient reason for allowing suffering to occur, and that I have to prove why this can't be the case. Perhaps suffering is required to explain the existence of human free will. Perhaps some evil is...
You see how, like, we've already granted way too much to this person, right? And now I don't know where Trent will go in the next cross-exam section or whatever. Hopefully he'll kind of nail him on some of these pretty heavy claims that are being made, especially this idea of the vegan ethic and suffering. I'm sorry, dude, but you may have a question about the problem of evil, but at least in the Christian paradigm, suffering becomes meaningful. For you, suffering is irrelevant because ultimately there is no meaning. I mean, this is just like absurd that we're supposed to care or there's any moral obligation, any ought from the fact that things are, right? The fact that there is suffering, there's no way to determine or make the move that there ought not be suffering, right? And that's the same problem that William Lane Craig honed in on with Sam Harris, and Sam Harris just totally avoided that question, never even dared to try to answer that question, and we're not going to get anything like that from Cosmic Skeptic, I guarantee.
Is required for higher order goods, right? Like you can't have bravery without fear, for instance. But analyze this, right? The suggestion is that some level of suffering or evil, however you want to frame it, is necessary in order to achieve some other aim that God has morally sufficient reason to desire. Fine. But then the theist must contend with the idea that if evil is somehow necessary, we must have exactly the right amount of evil in the world. And this is the most difficult implication for me to accept. If a loving God may need to allow suffering for reasons of free will or higher order goods or personal development or whatever it may be, this would still not permit God to allow gratuitous suffering. Right? There couldn't be any more suffering in the world than is strictly necessary, because then that suffering wouldn't be necessary for good to prevail, and this is supposedly why suffering exists in the first place. But it must also be accepted that therefore God couldn't have allowed any less suffering to exist, because if there could be any less suffering in the world, this would imply that the suffering in the actual world, as it is, isn't in fact necessary, and that God therefore does allow specifically unnecessary...
There's some equivocation here on the senses of necessary, right? So the fact that necessity has different uses and senses in philosophy. So sometimes we speak of, if you read Leibniz, necessity ex hypothesi, and these different types of necessity in philosophy. So we don't think that the fall was necessary. So this is going in the domain of like Origenism or this dialectical definition of what free will is, right? So free will has to mean that you have there's the necessity of evil so that you can choose good or evil. That's not what free will is. In fact, in the garden, free will is precisely the ability to choose multiple goods. In the eschaton, there will not be evil, and yet we will still have free will because of the ability to choose multiple goods, right? This is an argument that Maximus and Orthodox theology has made for a long time against Origenism, right? To show that we don't define what free will is by the post-lapsarian state of man's will and man's gnomic will, basically, right? And I understand gnomic will is used in different senses, right? Gnomic will, in one sense, is just the created hypostatic mode of willing. It's also used in the sense of the fallen mode of willing, and then also it's used in the eschaton that we will still have a created hypostatic mode of willing. So I understand all that. I'm just making the point that for us as Orthodox, we don't believe, as unfortunately much of Latin theology got into the notion, the originistic notion that free will is defined dialectically, right? You have to have the choice between good and evil to have free will. No, that's not what free will is. Free will existed before there was any evil, obviously. Won't free will exist in the eschaton, right? Isn't freely willing a constituent part of human nature? Sure. So there will be free will in the eschaton when there's no evil. And so evil is not a necessary part of how you define free will, obviously. It's that simple, right? But if you have the wrong Christology and the wrong doctrine of God and God's essence and divine simplicity, you won't have that doctrine because you won't believe in the reality of multiple divine things to will.
Suffering, that is, suffering for which there is no morally sufficient reason, or which goes beyond that reason. So I think Trent either has to accept something of a best of all possible worlds approach, that exactly the correct amount of evil exists in the world, or produce another or supplementary justification for suffering. Now, if we believe in this best of all possible worlds approach, I think we arrive at absurdity. Intuitively, it seems...
So, I mean, at no point, I don't know what Trent's going to say, but Trent didn't make a Leibniz argument for best of all possible worlds, that the fall had to happen, right, to have the best world, right? So we have to be careful there because we don't want to make evil necessary, right? God permitted the fall, right? And what does he say to Job? He says that you don't have the ability to understand all the reasons why I permitted evil and why and how I can bring good out of evil. And the best answer, the limitations of what we can say from the Christian paradigm based on revelation is that, yes, Trent is correct. God has a morally sufficient reason why he permits evil, and he's not bound to tell creatures why he permits evil. Now, we may not like that, but it's not inconsistent to the Christian paradigm. It might be difficult, but it's not inconsistent from the Christian worldview. If you're an atheist and you're trying to call out what's unfair, this is essentially the unfair argument. That's not fair that God would do that, right? We need to know on what basis you have a benchmark for what is and isn't fair as an atheist. Right? We know why there's fair and unfair in the Christian paradigm. We have a basis for it. You have a worldview where there's literally no such thing as fair and unfair apart from your own subjective taste preferences, right? So this old problem of evil canard really just falls flat when you consider the fact that the atheist has absolutely no basis to argue anything being good or bad or evil at all, right? You can never get an ought from an is. And so they don't have a basis or a justification for their moral values. What did Matt say? I am valuable because monkey have value.
It's easy to accept that there could, in principle, be at least some less natural suffering in the world. And I don't just mean because the suffering...
Why should we reduce suffering? Again, this is the vegan, like, really low IQ level argumentation. It's like, when you say should, you're in the domain of ought. You can't get an ought from an is. Don't you understand that? That was the entire debate last night between William Lane Craig and Sam Harris. How do you get an ought from the fact that things are the case, right? So you've been doing a lot of descriptive stuff. You've been telling us that animals and humans suffer, and now you're going to tack on veganism, that somehow we ought not suffer. We should work to not suffer. Well, by the way, if we killed all beings, that would reduce suffering, wouldn't it? If we genocided all animals and humans, it would reduce suffering. There would be no more suffering. And by the way, some of the vegans are so anti-human and anti-natalist, they do take that position. By the way, why ought we not take that position? Skeptic. I mean, this is getting pretty rough here. I hope Trent calls that out.
Is so great, although this observation does have some force, when Candide witnesses the great Libsyn earthquake of 1755.
This is, did he just read Voltaire's Candide in undergrad? And like he thought this was like this, like, you know, high-minded argument that nobody has replied to this, and that, like, I mean, again, whether it's Cosmic Skeptic or whether it's Trent Horn, unfortunately, a lot of these debates are just repetitions of hundreds of years old arguments that have already been happening since the Enlightenment, right?
whether it's Dawkins, whether it's Hitchens, they're all just reproducing 500-year-old arguments. And the Thomists are just in their boring way replying with medieval arguments. It's just like, it's so boring. Are we going to have the same stupid debates for centuries and centuries? That's why the transcendental argument is superior. Is that it cuts to the chase, gets to the real issue at debate here, in debate. And it's just nuclear in its approach. I mean, it's not just that these arguments are bad and boring. Well, excuse me, bad and lame and invalid and don't prove what they're trying. They're boring. How many hundreds of years are we just going to keep reproducing Aquinas' arguments when they don't answer the objection from the skeptic? You're talking to a skeptic. You're talking to a less intelligent David Hume in CosmicSkeptic, right?
And the horrendous suffering that it entailed, Voltaire has him mutter to himself, if this is the best of all possible worlds, then what must the others be like?
Oh, here we go. This is another. Remember, Sam did this last night. The horrendous suffering in the world. The horrendous, awful suffering. The emotional appeals. The rhetoric.
But I want you to really consider the plight of animals on planet Earth. And not.
So I'm already detecting vegan, that CosmicSkeptic is a college propagandized boy. Like, he went to college and literally just apes whatever the latest from the establishment is, and he thinks that's sophistication. So if Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and all these people just blurt out stuff like veganism or whatever, I don't even know if they do, but it's like the most Extinction Rebellion, right? This anti-human type of stuff. And it's all based in stupid human pride and arrogance, right? I mean, he's essentially adopting nihilism in his rejection of Christianity, which, a lot of people go through that phase. But isn't it interesting that the nihilism and the sophistication is strangely anti-human, right? What did CosmicSkeptic say at the beginning? I'm not married, don't have any kids, etc., etc. Now, I know he's a young guy, but most of the vegans adopt that anti-natalist sterilization perspective to where they don't want their offspring to go into the future. I would think that if I believed in Darwinism, like maybe I would want to, have my lineage survive. I don't know. I don't guess it matters either way, right? Because there's not actually any binding ought at all, right?
And not just those animals that we systematically abused in those ignoble torture chambers we call factory farms.
So here we go. The abuse of the animals, the ignoble torture chambers, the ignoble torture. You believe in a worldview that literally says that we should depopulate the earth 95%. I mean, veganism is a cult. It's a death cult. And it's to me, it's absolutely perfectly sensible that a guy who's going to Cambridge or Oxford, wherever he's at, I don't remember where he said he's going, he would adopt the Malthusian British elite worldview. He doesn't even know he's been propagandized into the British elite worldview, the Royal Society worldview of Malthusianism. He probably doesn't even know who Malthus is.
But consider a deer whose leg is trapped under a fallen branch and starving to death in not just fear and agony, but also confusion. Is this a part of the suffering that's necessary to obtain whatever God has morally sufficient reason to desire? Could that deer not have died 5 minutes earlier? Could its hunger not have been...
This is an odd argument. This is a question about providence. So why does the book of Job, like, why does God allow certain instances of suffering in certain ways? Well, again, the book of Job tells us that it's not really possible for us to know. And by the way, what did we say last night? What did we see with Harris? When these kinds of questions come up to the atheists, right, about, do you have an explanation for suffering? No. Suffering is absolutely meaningless, pointless, has no significance. It's completely irrelevant because nothing has meaning or significance in that worldview or paradigm, right? And what do they appeal to? Well, maybe one day we'll figure it out. Science will figure it out one day. So they're allowed to appeal to mystery. They're allowed to have their faith-based appeals. But I thought we weren't supposed to make faith-based appeals.
thought we're supposed to be rational, scientific, empirical.
Reduced? Why should this proposed sufficient reason require exactly this amount of suffering and no less? Why can't this deer be granted some form of mercy? Why can't it being granted some form of mercy be compatible with...
Well, by the way, I believe that the entire creation will be resurrected. So because man was put in a position of stewardship over the animals, when man sinned, it affected the entire cosmic order. And by the way, he's not sophisticated enough to make this an objection against Trent Horn, but it's kind of an interesting angle. I would say, why is there natural death in the animal world on your worldview? That is a valid argument, but he doesn't know enough theology to make that kind of an argument.
With whatever God apparently desires, like free will or higher order goods or whatever it may be? Is it not compatible with the existence of free will for this deer to have died 30 seconds before it did? And what good is this obtaining anyway? Remember, I'm talking about natural evil here, not moral evil. How could this deer's agonizing and unseen death be a necessary requirement for human free will or some higher order good or something? Does it somehow help shape the moral character of those human beings who aren't even aware that the deer is suffering and never find out that it did? Does it somehow help the animal? And if so, how exactly? At least for humans, the religious expect some kind of divine compensation in the afterlife for their suffering. But what does the deer get? I imagine this deer, not to mention the 72 billion land animals we slaughter each year, not to mention the sea life we do the same to, not to mention the many, many more animals that are killed by their natural environment, I doubt these animals are going to experience the bodily resurrection promised to us by Jesus Christ. So what exactly is the reward for their suffering? And why does that suffering need to be exactly so high, exactly so ubiquitous, and exactly so deep and so agonizing? Now, I'll remind you, this suffering, this struggle for survival, this natural tragedy is exactly what we would expect if we assume a naturalistic universe with no moral author and supervisor. I have no problem explaining why animals have such a tragic capacity for suffering. But the religious have a harder task on that point. If the proposed God of the universe is a God of justice, as Trent suggests, then I want to know what on earth these animals have done to deserve the treatment they receive.
Right. Well, so this is a misunderstanding of man's thought about morals and ethics and the standard of God in terms of morals and ethics, right? So in the Christian paradigm, because God is infinite, God is omniscient, God is outside of the created order, he's also immanent, but he's transcendent. There are obviously things that we can't know, right? We talked about this last night in terms of the flashlight, right, shining on the ground, right? If you'll have a circle of light, and then there's things that you're not going to know because of finitude. And this is actually a feature of any worldview. So this is a kind of a canard here, really, because any of these kinds of questions of, well, I found a thing you can't explain, so your religion's not true. Any worldview will have limitations of what it can and can't explain. But that doesn't prove or disprove the worldview. Right? The limitations of a worldview don't necessitate that the worldview is false. Really, only the paradigm of the worldview itself will tell you if it's false based on its basic assumptions. But this kind of a problem that's a feature of any paradigm or worldview isn't going to tell you anything either way. And this is more of a rhetorical device. It's not actually an argument. It's a argument from limitation that's a feature of any paradigm or worldview. So it's just like we could turn that around and say, well, yeah, but like nobody could answer the question that you're asking, because even when you say, well, I can give a perfectly naturalistic account for this, no, you can't, because you can't give an account for anything. Because on a naturalistic paradigm worldview, nothing has meaning. There is no meaningful suffering because there is no meaning. Meaning is a purely subjective illusion in your worldview. And by the way, if you disagree, then about the state of animals, read Genesis, Creation, Early Man. And there's an excellent section, page 239. Right, Saint Paul of Obnora, right? Many Russian saints, other saints, Saint Luke, the physician, others, right? Talk about animals in the resurrection. I mean, why wouldn't there be animals in the resurrection? Isn't it a new Eden?
So that's the first thing. But we also, of course, have moral evil to contend with, along with natural evil. Right? Everything from people cheating on their partner or stealing from a shop to the confinement of and forced sterilization of Uyghur Muslims in China, or the billions of animals forced into gas chambers each year to suit our fondness for a bacon sarnie.
Gas chamber. I mean, animals are not put into gas chambers. Okay, in the sense of like he's trying to. This is all rhetoric and trying to sell the anti-natalist, animal holocaust position, and this is ludicrous. Okay, this is propaganda, rhetoric. This is a guy who doesn't even know he's been brainwashed and propagandized.
Of course, this one is famously easy. God is a God of love, and love must be given freely. For humans to be truly free, they must be capable of committing horrendous evils and inflicting masses of suffering. That is, a removal of suffering by God is metaphysically incompatible with free will. And free will is more important than protection from suffering, especially given the reward of the
It's actually not, though, right? Because suffering will go away and there will be free will. So these are all Western conceptions. These are all mistaken Latin. I mean, he doesn't even know that really what he's critiquing is the essence of Latin theology and its errors, right? Which does define free will dialectically.
Life. And voila, theodicy. But I would like to pose the same question to Trent as I've posed to anyone else who has ever made this free will defense in my presence, and to which I've still never received a sufficient answer. Is there free will in heaven? I would assume so, unless you think heaven is some kind of moral matrix in which we...
What did I just say? I told you. There you go. All right. So free will is conceived of as a choice between good and evil. That's not what free will is. That's the characterization or feature of free will after the fall. But the fall put us into an abnormal state, right? And the resurrection, the restoration, the transfiguration of all creation puts us back into a state akin to and even better than Eden, because there will no longer be the potential for a fall or evil. And so that's why we always stress in Orthodox theology that we do not hold to the Augustinian dialectic or the Origenist dialectic of defining free will as a choice between good and evil. Free will is the ability to choose or will multiple goods. That's the real meaning of free will. That's what free will was in the garden, and that's what will be in the eschaton. And you just saw right there the very point I've been saying this whole time. Right? He's misunderstanding what free will is in that Western dialectical sense, and so he is critiquing Roman Catholic theology, and I doubt Trent will even know that.
We all robotically tend towards the good without freedom. But a second question: do people in heaven have free reign to inflict suffering in the same way they do on earth? I would assume not, unless you want to suggest that it's logically possible for someone to commit a racist holocaust or something in heaven, but that they just choose not to. That seems absurd. Clearly in heaven,
the British elites supported National Socialism and its ideology because it was based on Darwinism and a particular theory of genetics. The British elites supported Marxism. Marx dedicated his Das Kapital to Darwin because it was also a form of evolutionary collectivism. So the irony here is that the entire paradigm that he comes from, his whole Malthusian doctrine, is itself based in a racist philosophy that he's trying to social justice warrior talk around. Does he even know what the title of Darwin's Origin of Species was? The Origin of Species, right? Concerning the favored races. So this is, again, more hypocrisy from the atheists.
There can't be such suffering. Maybe you think there can, but that would be an interesting bullet to bite. But if heaven is a place in which there is free will and yet no suffering, then this serves as a counterexample to the claim that free will requires the unrestricted ability of free creatures to inflict suffering. If free will can exist without suffering also existing, the free will defense becomes meaningless, because if it can happen in heaven, it can happen on earth. But
yeah, we don't believe that free will in the sense of the post-lapsarian free will exists in heaven, obviously. Maximus has whole treatises on this. But if you're a Latin Roman Catholic guy, you're going to make this argument.
Just to change gears, another problem with free will defense is a problem with free will more broadly, and that's this. I think that free will violates the principle that Trent relied on so heavily in his opening statement, that is the principle of sufficient reason. The principle of sufficient reason, I'll remind you, is the notion that anything which exists has a reason or explanation for its existence. Right? And the reason this is important is because the contingency argument that we've just heard from Trent relies on this principle. Trent says, given that the universe exists, there are only three options. Either the universe exists without explanation, it explains its own existence, or it's explained by something outside of the universe, e.g. God. Now, Trent rejects the first of these options, that the universe has no explanation for its existence. Why? Because of the principle of sufficient reason, or the PSR, as I might call it for short. That is, everything has an explanation for its existence, or at least all contingent things. The universe is an existent thing, and so it has an explanation. Right, now, why believe that the PSR is true? Well, Trent argues, along with people like Edward Fazer and many others, that rejecting the principle of sufficient reason can undermine our basic assumptions of science. Right? Science assumes that unexplained phenomena always have some explanation just waiting to be found. Right? If we don't accept that everything has an explanation, as Trent has said, we could just assume things occur all the time for no reason, and we have no reason to investigate them to discover why they occurred. But if the principle of sufficient reason is true, then it would apply to every thought that exists in the human mind. At any time you think something, there is an explanation, not just for why you thought something, but why you had that particular thought and not another one. But okay, maybe the explanation is internal. Maybe me having thought X is explained by the fact that I wanted to have thought X. Fine, but if PSR is true, then there needs to be an explanation for why I wanted to think thought X. Maybe the reason is that I like thought X, but that doesn't necessarily determine me to think it. But if PSR is true, then there must be a reason why it did determine me to think it in that particular case. If every thought we ever have is explained by a chain of reasons explaining why that particular thought arose when it did, and in the way that it did, then you've kissed goodbye to free will, since you've essentially adopted determinism. And I find that to be quite an...
I don't follow this. This is a non sequitur, right? Because something having a reason does not mean, it doesn't follow that there's an explanation or a reason for something happening, that therefore it's determined, right? I mean, you could have conceivably things happening for a reason and beings also willingly going along with or experiencing those events. So this doesn't seem to follow. I'm not sure how he came to that conclusion, that because there is an explanation or a reason, that therefore all explanation or reasons are occurring in the same way.
Interesting observation, especially given the moral case that's been made that essentially if we accept my view of a universe where everything has essentially a cause that explains why it occurred in the way that it did, that therefore morality can't exist, which we just heard Trent say in terms of the moral argument for God. He says, you know, if there's this kind of causal chain of explanations for everything that exists, then morality disappears. Well, I think that's exactly what the principle of sufficient reason implies. And so I think
what he's getting at here is a butchered version of the way Hume critiques the argument. I don't know if the great pumpkin argument, right? Which is that, so there's a bunch of pumpkins in a garden and you start following the pumpkins, and then those pumpkins came from a previous generation of pumpkins, and so therefore there must have been the great pumpkin, right? Which is that if the principle of sufficient reason begins with the natural world and with created objects, there isn't really a justified leap to a supernatural origin. That's the point here I think he's trying to make, and that's just Hume's classic critique of the causal chain argument, and that's precisely the argument that the form of the argument that Fazer rejects. Fazer says, I'm not going to even make that argument anymore. I don't think it works. I'm just going to make an eternal matter causal chain argument, right? Or that structured cause within a cause within a cause that doesn't rely on a chain type of argument, right? So I think he's hitting on that point, but we'll see.
I think you either have to throw out the principle of sufficient reason, or you have to throw out morality on your own account, unless you can find...
I mean, if the sufficient reason at the beginning of the argument is natural or created, right? Created causes, they give an explanation. I think it's a valid critique to say, on what basis do you jump to the supernatural? Now, if you accept the Christian paradigm, it makes sense to jump to the supernatural because Revelation tells you that, right? But we're trying to argue apart from, outside of the Christian paradigm, something that's supposed to be self-evident.
Some way to get out of this objection, which I'll be interested to hear. Now, I've got about 2 minutes left, but there's one other thing that I should point out, or at least plant a flag in, that we could talk about, which is that it's been claimed by Trent at least once, and also by other people who propose the principle of sufficient reason, that to deny the principle of sufficient reason contradicts some basic fundamental ideas in science, as I've already said. But interestingly, as recently as 2015, we have good reason to think that actually affirming the principle of sufficient reason is what undermines science. I can talk about this more in my rebuttal stage, but the principle of sufficient reason entails that there's no such thing as a random event. Okay, a random event, by definition, occurs without an explanation for why it occurred in the way that it did. And so if there is randomness in the universe, then it's false that everything which occurs has a fully sufficient explanation for its existence in the way that it exists. Famously,
this is really a lowbrow type of argument because, I mean, in the Christian paradigm, the fact that God foreknows or has providence is not contrary to a sense of randomness, right? Randomness exists, or probabilities exist, only because of the reality of different options, right? So, but that's not inherently contradictory to a God who could create a world like that, right? We believe that God can create a world such that there are real differences and real options to choose. Now, God does foreknow, but that doesn't preclude him creating beings with the power, the agency, and the ability to choose, right? Now, and we can easily debunk his own position and argument on this point because he tried to call out humans for violating the ethical standards that he says apply to animals. Right? We have holocausted animals. We are evil for going against animals. He can give an account for animal suffering. Well, the natural world is just predator and prey. There's nothing wrong with suffering, dude. You just fundamentally BTFO'd yourself. Everything that happens just is. It just is evolutionary progress. You said suffering is just a natural product of the natural world. Then me creating suffering on the poor animals is just part of evolutionary progress. Duh, that's your own position. For you to turn around and try to pontificate and have this moral high ground is completely inconsistent. It's purely relative, purely subjective, purely arbitrary, right? There's no reason that we should accept your idea of what ethics is. You're just a random product of chaos yourself. Right? There is no ethic, dude. Duh.
Quantum mechanics appears to involve true randomness. I don't have time to fully explain.
And here comes the quantum bullshit, right? Oh, you kill the quantum. Dude, that realm is a bunch of like speculation, new age bullshit. Who even knows what's really going on with that? I'm not saying there's no truth to quantum mechanics, but I mean, it's not as like obvious or some sort of hard science like people think. What about the tachyon particles? Tachyon particles, dude? Really? Are you sure there's tachyon particles? Because they invent a new particle every month at CERN.
It here, but there's an experiment you can perform sending two entangled subatomic particles to different detectors and measuring the spin of one seems to instantaneously affect the spin of the other.
Says who? Oh, it says CERN, right? With a bunch of weirdos that dance around in Masonic ritual garb. I'm not joking. Look up the CERN pageant that they have where they're all wearing Masonic square and compasses dancing around in circles in their pageant. Dude, CERN is a bunch of weirdos, okay? Do we even know that that's what CERN really is doing, is smashing the God particle? We found the God particle. That's all a bunch of bullshit, I would bet. I don't know. Is it possible that there are subatomic particles that have geometric forms and shapes like Wolfgang Pauli said? Sure, it's possible. I mean, that would vindicate kind of, the idea that reality is structured. It's an interesting argument. But I'm just supposed to believe some fuzzy, blurry image from some weirdo at CERN and his claim that they found a new particle this week? I mean, Come on, dude. That stuff is, to me, like some of the weakest, most speculative bullshit, right?
And because I really don't have time now, I'll explain why in the rebuttal stage. But in 2015, it was finally conclusively proven that there can't be some hidden variable that exists locally to the particles that
what is he even talking about, right? So he found a paper somewhere that claims it was proven in 2015. Give me a break, dude. Seriously? I mean, have you not lived long enough to realize that the realm of science is full of bullshit? No, because he doesn't understand that he's adopted a new paradigm. I mean, to the extent that he thinks he doesn't even have a paradigm anymore.
Explains this. And there's a principle in quantum mechanics called local realism, which needs to be essentially denied on the basis of this experiment. Localism being the...
Dude, I mean, quantum mechanics is so speculative and so all over the place, so weird, and I mean, who even knows? Again, I can't believe he went in this direction as if this is going to prove that there's not randomness. I mean, quantum mechanics proves everything and nothing, literally, all at once. And they'll change what they claim it proves every few weeks or every few months. I mean, I've looked at that stuff for many, many years. I've followed it. And at a certain point, when you start seeing people argue that the quantum foam is affecting past events, you start to realize, oh, this is a load of bullshit.
Idea that a particle can only be affected by something in its immediate vicinity, and realism being the idea that any result of an experiment has a real-world explanation for that experiment, for that result, which is essentially the principle of sufficient reason. So we either have to deny locality or we have to deny realism. If we want to keep the principle of sufficient reason, that is, we want to keep realism, we have to deny locality, which follows from denying locality things such as causes being able to occur.
Do you see why we cut through the bullshit in the transcendental argument? This guy's rambling on. It's all about this appearance of knowledge and high-level quantum mechanics, blah, blah, blah. This is all a facade. This is all to appear smart and philosophical. We could just simply go down the line and critique the claims, the objective epistemic claims, knowledge claims, critique his basic bitch empiricism, and we could destroy this guy in a minute, right? Easily. We could ask for his justification for all these epistemic claims he's making, especially for the ethical claims he's making against humans. For animal suffering, the Holocaust of all this rhetoric, bullshit, emotional appeal. Do you think he could give a justification? No, he wouldn't last a minute trying to give. He would fumble and quit, like rage quit, literally, right? That's why I don't think we're ever going to see me debating Cosmic Skeptic. Although I would love to, it would be a pleasure to do that. I mean, this is like not even grasping kind of like the basic levels of what it means to justify claims. Now, he's a little bit better than Sam Harris. Actually, I'll give Cosmic Skeptic credit that the presentation at least is not as crash and burn so far, right, as Sam Harris was at this point. Sam Harris was terrible. Like the whole thing was rhetoric. There's at least a little bit of attempt at argumentation here. I don't think he's making good arguments, but he's at least making arguments, and we didn't even get that with Harris.
After their effects and a whole other of things which seem to completely undermine science. And I'll explain why that is the case in my rebuttal stage, if that's a line you want to go down. But I just wanted to plant a flag there to say that actually, if you hold on to the principle of sufficient reason, the cost might be higher than you think it is. But I think I've just run out of time.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Alex. Okay, those were our two opening statements, and now we're going to move into our first rebuttal period, where each debater will get 7 minutes. Trent, let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Go for it.
I'm ready.
Go for it.
Well, thank you, Alex, for that opening statement. You are truly just as smart as you sound. I wish I had a British accent, too. So what points did Alex make saying that God doesn't exist? Well, he didn't show any logical arguments to show that God does not exist. He did offer some probabilistic arguments against the existence of God and some problems with my own case. But we have to remember that probabilistic arguments can't defeat a demonstrative argument for God's existence any more than circumstantial evidence.
Okay, this is an interesting rebuttal, but again, allowing him to just make all of these ethical claims to not go to the root of his skeptical worldview, empiricism. Now, why can't Trent go to the root of critiquing the presuppositions of skepticism in Cosmic Skeptic? Do you remember the first hour? Because he has the same epistemic starting point. He has the same peripatetic axiom starting point. The same basic bitch empiricist starting point. I'm not saying that Trent is an empiricist, but he believes, just like Cosmic Skeptic, that all knowledge begins with human sense data. And that's the problem, that's the weakness so far of Trent's argumentation. Even though, so far, I'm going to have to give the upper hand clearly to Trent in the opening statements.
Evidence in a murder case can defeat something like an ironclad alibi that shows someone is innocent. But there's also weaknesses in these probabilistic arguments that show that they're not insurmountable. When it comes to the principle of sufficient reason, randomness doesn't violate the principle of sufficient reason. Quantum events have probabilistic causes rather than determinate ones. For example, if quantum mechanics did not act in accord with the principle of sufficient reason, then scientists could never perform experiments with regularity to make the very conclusions that Alex brought up.
This is a good response on that point, but if he's going to start talking about induction and regularity in nature, why doesn't he just use that argument the way Hume does? Why doesn't he go after the fact that on empirical bases, there's no basis to believe in induction? Like, he could smash this guy right there.
So Alex neglects that there's more than one theory of quantum mechanics. For example, there's the Bohm-de Broglie interpretation, which shows there are determinate causes in quantum mechanics, but through what are called hidden variables. Alex then offered us a long argument from evil against God. He talked about what I call the why not heaven now objection. So Alex claims that since it's logically possible for free human beings to not choose evil in heaven, then God is morally obligated to only allow those state of affairs to obtain. And I agree with him. There's going to be no evil in heaven, either because God alters our wills somehow, or because when we are in the presence of God, who is perfect goodness itself, our intellect will never fail to apprehend the good.
Ooh, big problems there. Alters our will somehow. Oh, so in the resurrection, we no longer possess free will? Well, I thought, according to the patristic and dogmatic definitions, free will, the ability to will, to have agency, to choose this or that, is a fundamental component of human nature. So that would mean that Trent has now left Orthodox Christology if he believes that in the eschaton we no longer possess human nature. Because he said, God maybe will alter our will such that we can't will. I mean, I don't know what he means, but he doesn't understand what Christology says, right? What do the councils say about Christology? So he wants to do his dogmatic or his apologetic apart from his Christology. Same problem as all the Thomists, because they don't know Christology. They have a defective heterodox Christology, and so that impedes the ability to do a good hermeneutic, or a good apologetic against these kinds of confused questions that Cosmic Skeptic is asking.
Well, the answer to the question is that a world where, so God can make a world without any evil whatsoever that's like heaven, but a world where people make a free choice to have a heavenly existence has more goods than one where they're merely created in that state. You could analogize this analogy to marriage, for example, that it would be better for someone to marry the perfect spouse than to create someone in the state of being perfectly married, like some kind of creepy Stepford wife.
I'm not sure that this argument works either, because it seems like if that's the case, then we actually need more and more and more evils to have more and more and more goods. And there's just something that seems wrong with that line of argumentation, don't you think? I mean, doesn't it seem odd that we need a lot of evils to have more and more goods? I think that's just a bad line of argumentation. I don't know that we know exactly why God, allows evil, obviously, other than the kind of intimations that we have in Scripture and Revelation, the book of Job, right? We're not told all that stuff. So I just think that that's an area of limitation. We're just simply not told. And only revelation, only knowledge coming from a divine mind could inform us about those topics, right? Human speculation really just doesn't do very good in trying to figure that kind of stuff out. That's the point of the book of Job, right? God says, why are you trying to speculate about this? Your mind is finite. You can't even understand how I, created created beings, right? You don't know how I make it rain, how I make it snow. You don't even know that stuff. How are you going to understand like cosmic good and evil, right? So these speculations into, greatest of all possible worlds, I'm not saying you can't make those kinds of arguments. I just don't know how fruitful they are, because they really end up in these kind of irrelevant speculations. They don't do anything really. So if I was Cosmic Skeptic, I would reply to this again Thomistic line of argument that the more evils there are, the more goods are demonstrated, by saying, well, then shouldn't we have an infinitely evil world to have an infinitely good world?
In other words, a world that journeys from imperfection to perfection has more goods in it than one that is already perfect. Now, Alex might object and say that the good of pleasure is all that matters, and these other goods that come about in pain aren't important, but that's a highly controversial opinion. As I noted in my opening statement, if maximizing pleasure or well-being is all that matters,
why doesn't he just call out the fact that this kid has no basis to ground any conception of anything objective? What is the good? Why doesn't he just call that out? Like he's talking about all this, like he's granting this kid all of this bullshit that he could never justify. This is why this apologetic is so weak, right? This is why the classical apologetic is just, just go to this guy's foundation and call it out.
Why not genetically engineer fetuses to grow up to be slaves that only want to improve well-being their whole lives? Or if pleasure is all that matters, why not take them, a fetus, and put them in a pleasant virtual environment their entire life as they grow up, like the Matrix, so they only know pleasure? I think many people would see that as a harm, actually, and that it's better to have a real
this is a good point here. Really, it's all arbitrary, right? So what we think of as the best, highest good, or the way to maximize pleasure, that utilitarian, right, flaw, Trent is just kind of hitting on the fact that there's not a basis really to ground or make sense of this utilitarian type of account for goods and happiness here.
Existence, even if pain is a result from it. Alex also brought up free will. Now, this is not a fatal objection to theism, because you could just be a theist who doesn't believe in free will. You could be a theological determinist.
Okay. We're not arguing to defend all heterodox theism. Did you see that big mistake right there, right? If I was Cosmic Skeptic, I would be like, are you here to defend all heterodox versions of theism? Right? So you're here to defend occasionalism? Islam? Okay, thank you. If Islam is one of the things you're arguing for, your argument works for Islam, there's no reason why I need to accept your Thomism and your Roman Catholicism. And by the way, that natural theology is what led to Vatican II, and the fact that all the religions are in concentric circles and we're all in communion. Right? All of us. Islam, Jehovah's Witnesses, we're just in different layers and levels of communion because we're all really following the same God, little g God, right? Again, observe the complete failure of the classical apologetic to literally sit here and try to say that heterodox Christology, heterodox anthropology, we're all arguing for the same God.
For example, like some Calvinists. But when it comes to free will, I would say that...
Trent, are you here to defend Calvinism? Well, no. Well, if your apologetic can literally work for like John Gill or Charles Spurgeon, or this is why generic theism doesn't work.
Alex claims I can't claim whatever begins to exist happens without a cause, because don't people freely choose to act? What's causing them to make those choices? And I would say that they are causing themselves to make that choice. I reject the view that human beings can't be their own cause for their events by making a rational choice, and that if God exists, he can be capable of allowing them to be able to do that. But here's the thing, even if we can't fully explain how free will works, we know it does work. In the same way an atheist can say consciousness emerges from matter, even if he can't say how at this moment. And plus, my argument for moral responsibility...
That actually is a decent point, too. It's a little bit of a variation. Remember what I was making the point that every worldview has elements of the inexplicable, right? There's going to be elements that are mysterious or the unknown, right? And to try to act like, well, you can't give me the explanation for everything in your paradigm or everything in the world, so therefore your view is wrong. That's actually a non sequitur. it's true of any worldview, and it doesn't work. And so Trent actually just stated what I said in a long-winded way very quickly.
Shows that we do have free will, because if free will didn't exist, you couldn't be morally responsible for anything. So if you believe in moral responsibility, I don't see how you can hold that view and also deny that free will exists. Now going on to evil, Christians do not claim natural evils like tsunamis are good things. Rather, we would say the pain and death that they inflict are privations of goodness. But since God is infinite in power and knowledge, he can allow these privations to exist in order to create greater goods or prevent greater evils. I mean, what could those reasons be? Well, any finite physical system will have fluctuations in goodness. The fire increases in being, and the brush decreases in being. The lion increases in being, the zebra decreases when it's eaten. Pain is necessary for animals to function in the natural world. Complex organisms can't last long if they don't feel pain. Goods like courage and compassion cannot exist without evils like danger and suffering. And it's possible some theists believe that God will compensate animals in the afterlife. The Bible does talk about the lion laying down with the lamb, for example. Now, Alex said he found it implausible that our world contains the perfect amount of suffering, and I agree there is no such value. God could always create a world with more or less suffering. It would just have more or less goods as a result. But as long as God always brings more good from the evil he tolerates, there's no reason to believe he does not exist. Alex also talked about that there's these unjustifiable evils. But I would say, what criteria has he offered to show some evils are gratuitous and others aren't? He actually.
So finally, he's kind of hinting a little bit at what I was hoping he would go for, which is the assumptions, the presuppositions that CosmicSkeptic has, right? And so he did say, what is the justification that you have for these criteria? That's what he really should hammer on, because that guy will flounder if he does that.
He hasn't done that. How much time do I have, Matt? I'm sorry.
1 minute and 42 seconds.
Oh, you got 1 minute. I was just over here sucking down all my icing.
Let's talk about animal suffering. Alex said we should doubt God's existence because he doesn't see a justification for the suffering of non-human animals. But as I said before, there could be goods to justify animal pain that exists. And the existence of animals themselves, even if humans are not aware of them, may be that good. I'll give you a thought experiment. Imagine all human beings left Earth to colonize another planet. And Alex is on the last ship leaving Earth. There's only non-human animal life left on the Earth. And I said to him, Alex, here's an antimatter device that will instantly destroy the Earth. Instantly. The animals just phase out of existence. Should we do that, or should we let these animals continue existing? If you say...
Imagine there is a planet, and there is an ark, a space ark, that will take all of the French animals to the French planet, the French Canadian planet, and this ark is shaped like the baguette. Imagine all of the animals get on the space ark shaped like the baguette, and they fly to the planet that is run by the supercomputer. Where is God in this equation?
That's from the JF debate, by the way, if you don't remember that. That's what I'm doing. I did this yesterday. They're like, who's he talking about? Is that Snook? No, that's the JF debate with I love these thought experiments. Like, I mean, I know philosophers have a place for thought experiments, and I know that Father Deacon Dr. Ananias has a good use of the thought. It's just that I always crack up. It's just so it seems silly to me when people bring, even the theists, when they bring in the thought experiments, they always seem silly to me.
Say that they should continue existing, even though there will be a lot of pain and suffering for those animals. If you think that that is worthwhile, then there can be good reasons to justify the creation of allowing animals to exist, even though they may suffer. Otherwise, I think...
I would just say, what reason is there for anything? I mean, like there is no reason for anything because there is no basis for reasoning in your worldview, CosmicSkeptic, right? I mean, Trent's not doing terrible in this rebuttal, but he just kind of passed over where he could have gone for the jugular.
Alex would be committed to the view that if we ever left the Earth, we should just vaporize it right after we go. Finally, atheistic ethics leads to an arbitrary preference of humans, either leads to an arbitrary preference of humans over animals, or an unlivable equality that would make factory farmers worse than Hitler. Atheists just can't explain the unique moral duty we have to animals, and if that's an objective...
Yes, thank you, finally.
...moral duty we have, i.e. it's just an objective fact we ought to care for animals, but not in the same way that is an objective fact...
Where do you get an ought from an is? I hope he says this.
we ought to not cause unnecessary suffering for animals, but also a fact that humans are intrinsically have more worth than animals. I believe only theism can explain the existence of those moral facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Good. Yes.
Thanks, Trent. And then we'll move on to Alex's first rebuttal. You ready, Alex?
Just about, yeah. There's a hell of a lot to respond to. I mean, so many doors are being opened, but let me try and go through. I've tried to make rough notes about this. Okay, so the first thing that you said there, Trent, was that quantum mechanics still acts in accordance with kind of probabilistic explanation rather than deterministic explanation. But this doesn't make much sense, because the very problem with quantum mechanics is that, yes, if you fire enough photons, you'll find that 50% of the time they have upspin and 50% of the time they have downspin, but there is no way to explain why any particular photon has either upspin or downspin. That's the point, right? I agree with you that there is there's an explanation in the conditions from which the photons emerge, perhaps, that explains why they statistically.
Are we talking about sci-fi fantasy stuff here? Well, let's talk about the lightsaber. The first, when Ben Kenobi invented the lightsaber, we know that the photons inside the lightsaber were, of course, created from the discovery of tachyons at the CERN generator, when they smashed together the God particle with the tachyons, and this created the same green goo that you'll notice in Prince of Darkness if you watch the John Carpenter film Prince of Darkness. And then when we created the lightsaber, this allowed us to have the warp drive, which Geordi created in Star Trek First Contact. This allowed us to traverse the galaxies with such hyper speeds, which I mean, it's like, what is all this fantasy sci-fi bullshit, right? I mean, I'm not saying there aren't photons, but I'm saying, do we really know what we're talking about here? Am I supposed to believe that CosmicSkeptic has been discerned and he's observed with his own empirical sense data eyes what's going on at CERN? Or is it much more likely that some bullshit artist professor told him, or some documentary said that this is what's going on, right? I'm reminded, rest in peace, our old friend Chris, Hoaxbusters Chris. Many years ago, Chris one time called into Matt Dillahunty, back when Matt had his show on Austin Cable Access, and Matt actually took the clip down. I don't remember if it was on Matt's channel or Chris's channel. Chris has passed away, by the way. He passed away last year, but the clip was funny because Chris called in and he said, "Matt, you just said that we have to strictly adhere to the rule that we should not believe in anything that we have not, as individuals, empirically demonstrated." And he said, "Matt, I just want to know, you've talked a lot about scientific papers, about scientific discoveries and what's going on in, observatories of far-off galaxies, of what papers are saying about biological, progress, about progeny, about DNA. And did you actually observe any of that firsthand? Did you actually go at all to any lab at a university at all? So not only did you not write a science paper firsthand, not only did you not observe anything in a lab, most likely you didn't even read any of these science papers, which would not be, by the way, direct empirical evidence. That would be secondary. So Chris asked, it seems to me that although you are stressing verbally and rhetorically that we should be strictly empirical in our sense data, you in fact are very guilty of the fallacy of authority by simply defaulting to the so-called scientific consensus that for you is literally no direct empirical evidence of any of these claims, literally just defaulting to the establishment bullshit scientism propaganda. And Matt got really mad and said, I'm not going to have this stupid argument with you. If you're going to try to call me out because I haven't empirically verified the claims of all these papers, that's ridiculous. Is it though? But Matt, you said that we need to stick to the empirical sense data. Have you empirically reviewed the peer review papers? No, he said he hasn't.
But Matt, you said we have to stick to the peer-reviewed papers. But you don't have direct... So you see that they're just defaulting. All right. This is how silly this worldview is.
Statistically exists in a 50-50 correlation, but there is no explanation for why any particular photon has a particular spin. And that's what was proven in 2015 by Bell's.
So because there's not a proof through the principle of sufficient reason that there's no way to know why a particular photon has a particular spin, according to these really, obscure speculative types of, arguments about the quantum level, therefore there's no, this is outlandish, right? I mean, rather than going down these people's rabbit holes, trust me, don't go down these people's rabbit holes, right? When it comes to like them spitting out this stuff, go for the presuppositions. Because remember, philosophical debates, all debates, are in the domain of philosophy. Okay. Debate is not the domain of science. Science might be part of the domain of philosophical debate and discussion. But debate is the domain of logic, epistemology, right? And philosophy, metaphysics, ethics, aesthetics, you see. So remember that, because what we're doing here is learning debate, we're learning critique, we're learning the review, we're learning the process, we're learning the skills, we're learning the logic, the fallacies, right? The apologetic approach that is the best, I think, is what we're after here, by God's grace. And we don't want to let the opponent run the board. And that's why you can't let them do whatever they want, right? So this guy, spouting out all this stuff, oh, this science paper, this tachyon, photon, blah, 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 lightsaber particles. Call the bullshit out at the presuppositional level, and you'll never lose a debate.
Bell's theorem. This is the point that was proved. It was previously thought, look, maybe it's the case that there's some kind of hidden variable. Maybe that's the problem. As you say, there are multiple interpretations of quantum mechanics. But the point that I would have raised, or trying to raise before I ran out of time, was that the interpretations of quantum mechanics in which you're allowed to keep the principle of sufficient reason mean you have to give up. Locality, right? You have to give up locality, which according to general...
I would just say, have you observed any of this? All of this that you're spitting out about whatever paper or whatever documentary you read or watched on Netflix about quantum mechanics. Like, did you observe any of this? No. So this is not actually sense data. Now, you're a cosmic skeptic. Are you skeptical about quantum physics? One of the most speculative things out there? Really? This is a bizarre way for this debate to go. I didn't expect this.
Relativity has wacky corollaries, right? For instance, the idea that if information can travel faster than the speed of light, which is true under this interpretation, then you can get, because of the way that different frames of references affects the time in which something happens, depending on your...
So another reason that we don't let people go down the rabbit hole and we don't follow them down their trail and let them lead the way in a debate is because it's not going to go anywhere. What is the use of sitting here throwing back and forth science papers, right? What is it? It's not going to do anything, right? So to effectively, demonstrably, quickly go for the jugular, hit at the basic presuppositional mistakes that are being made. Because remember, everything Cosmic Skeptic is spinning these yarns and doing this red herring, let's talk about all this quantum, blah, 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 science, all the science that I want to talk about, is to move away from the domain of what debate actually is, philosophy, epistemology, and to ignore the fact that we're talking about, you made claims about vegan, quote, ethics, avoiding suffering. Humans cause a Holocaust, therefore they're bad. You ask for justifications for positions. You mentioned benchmarks of good and evil when you critique the problem of evil, right? Now you seem to be pointing out that
there's not really a reason for things, and that therefore leads to determinism. Now, you're a skeptic, so does that mean that you are just using the argument about determinism to defeat theism, or do you actually affirm determinism like Sam Harris did, right? So I would be quizzing him on those things to really just undercut this. And I think at this point we'd have to say that in the William Lane Craig debate, Craig at least went for the jugular, stayed there, right, getting at Sam Harris's jugular and didn't let him go. And that's why he really blew it out of the water, and Harris crashed and burned. So I hope that Trent will not let this stuff go.
On your frame of reference, a cause could occur after the effect. So I don't disagree with you that there are interpretations of quantum mechanics which allow you to keep the principle of sufficient reason. But
did you hear that? So now he said there's interpretations of quantum mechanics that allow the cause to happen after the effect. This is where the quantum foam bullshit. I just talked about that, right? Remember we just talked about that last night in the multiverse nonsense, right? When we start saying that there's a multiverse where you are Bill Cosby, that's not you anymore. By definition, that's philosophical nonsense. And all the quantum bullshit is a way for the atheists and the materialists to re-interject metaphysics into their worldview. It's a way for them to have the magical mystery tour universe, right, that does magical mystery, miraculous things, while at the same time they say there's no God. It's their replacement doctrine of God that tries to make God into some stupid particle, right? And their worldview, this stupid worldview literally leads them to say that there's a multiverse of an infinite possibility of all possible worlds and universes, and maybe even universes that are impossible. Or maybe there's a universe where we're all worshiping CosmicSkeptic. Maybe there's a universe where Bill Cosby's God. I'm God. Anything, bro. It's all possible. So it's the actus purus weird worldview of Trent, or the chaos quantum foam multiverse, where we're all gay pink dragons in some universe, right? This is just total absurdity. So don't even go down this road. Don't even go into this nonsense, right? Unless you want to call it out.
But at what cost? It would be at the cost of a principle like causation or something, which would undermine not just many other aspects of science, but also a great many arguments for the existence of God. But the point remains that it's not about explaining why there's sure, there could be an explanation to say why 50% of the photons have this spin and 50% have that spin, but we need an explanation for why a particular...
Well, a photon ray, when I was creating the... Remember when Geordi got his visor? Like I'm picturing Geordi wearing his visor in this scene.
Particular photon has a particular spin, and that's what can't be done, and that's why the principle of sufficient reason would be false. Let me see here. I've got an interesting question, actually. When you mentioned the why not heaven now objection, you said that one of the reasons why perhaps we want a world of earthly suffering before we reach heaven is because there's something morally better about freely choosing good than just being kind of good by nature, right? Like, sure, God could create beings in heaven which are just good because they're in the presence of God and they know to be good and that's just their nature. But it's morally superior to have the opportunity to commit evil, but to choose to commit good instead, right? This is what you said of human beings. But if it's morally...
I mean, if I was him, I would just say, Trent, you made all these arguments about this vast metaphysical landscape, utilizing all these metaphysical principles that you didn't justify. So I would say, Trent, how do you justify all of this stuff that is not in sense data, right? Because you believe the peripatetic axiom. Can you justify all that stuff that is not? But see, CosmicSkeptic can't do that because that would undercut his whole bullshit line that he gave. And he would then have to be consistent as a Humean. And so we basically have two versions of empiricism here that are chasing each other's tail. It's just like a Democrat and a Republican debating two forms of liberalism. Zizek and Peterson, right? Two forms of liberalism.
This is the liberalism of Jordan Peterson.
No, this is the liberalism of Slabboy Zizek.
No, this is the real liberalism of let me snort some of the pumpkin pops. I'm getting quite a liberal buzz right now with Jordan Peterson plus pumpkin pops. right?
No, you're getting high because I'm going to the root of your soul and I'm recovering your father who's stuck down in your soul and pulling him up out of you.
So this is the two liberals fighting within liberalism, right? Zizek and Peterson. Here's two epistemic empiricists debating within the domain of two goofy empirical systems that neither of which can get off the ground.
If a being which has the capacity to commit evil is and chooses not to is better than a being that's good by nature, then I would imagine that your definition of God is not a maximally good being. Because if God is a maximally good being, then I suppose he's not capable of committing evil. He's perfectly good by nature. But you seem to be suggesting, or maybe he's capable of committing evil.
People are asking, what was that? That was the Jordan Peterson-Zizek debate.
But by some kind of roundabout way. But you're saying you would imagine, I would imagine you would say that he's good by nature. But if God is good by nature, you seemed to imply in your discussion of humans that it's actually more moral, or better, morally speaking, to not be good by nature, but to choose to be good despite not being good by nature. And I'm interested in how that would work out. I'm sure you have an answer to it, but it's not something I've thought about before, so I'd be interested to hear.
That sounded like a lot of talking. I'm not sure what the argument was there, but maybe I just missed it, which is possible. I'm going to go TT in the little girl's room, so everybody continue listening here to Cosmic Skeptic as he finishes, and then we'll be getting to, I think, the cross-examination, which I'm told is the hot hype section of this debate, right? It's going to get hype here in a second. But I got to go TT and get a little water, baby. Let me get a little water to drink because my throat getting dry. I'm getting a little of a clamp to get a little hoarse after you do all of that. Jordan Peterson, Zizek.
What you have to say. You also said about evil being the privation of good, which I simply can't accept. I can't imagine that the infliction of a Holocaust would just be the lack of suffering, when trivially, like, I don't think this is a neutral state of affairs. I think that something like picking up a phone is a neutral state of affairs. That's a privation of good and the privation of evil. But the infliction of suffering, I don't think I can count as a privation of good, but perhaps that's just where Catholic and utilitarian intuitions rub against each other. But you did offer a thought experiment about animals, saying, well, if we were leaving the planet, would I kill every animal on the place of the planet? Now, that's a difficult question, right? Because I think you need to take into consideration the distinction between doing and allowing. I'm not quite sure what I'd do in that situation. Let's just say perhaps, I would kill those animals, like, fine, but that's not the situation God's in, right? The situation God's in is being offered an opportunity to allow those animals to continue existing with less suffering. And if you gave me that option, I'd choose that option any time, right? So I think you've presented something of a false dichotomy by saying, look, we're getting on this spaceship and you have the opportunity to allow these animals to carry on suffering as much as they are, or you kill them all immediately. It's like there's a middle option, which is to have them experience less suffering. Then what else do we have? You also made what I consider to be something of a bizarre statement about factory farmers being worse than Hitler, on my view. I suppose because you interpret me as saying that non-human animals are worth the same as human animals, and you think that the only way to justify a distinction there is with theism. I don't think that's true. I think that if you have, say, a utilitarian worldview, which maybe broadly I do, but it's not quite accurate, but let's just say that you did, you could easily say that because humans are capable of experiencing higher and different kinds of pleasures to, say, a pig, that although a human's pleasure is worth the same as a pig's pleasure, all other things being equal, the human is worth more than the pig because of that capacity for pleasure. In other ways, that there are ways to say that a human is worth more than the pig, and I think a human is worth more than the pig, but my position...
All right, so this got really done quick. He's really going downhill here. I'm guessing that this is where Trent's really going to nail him, I hope, because this reply is super weak sauce, dude. I mean, this is a person with freshman, sophomore level philosophical education. Okay, he doesn't know at all what he's talking about. The fact that Trent described natural events that happen that are bad as privative does not mean that we reduce all events to privation. So he should have known that. That was a really kind of stupid mistake, honestly, right there. Like,
dude, we're not saying everything is. So because I say some events are this, it doesn't mean I'm saying all events are that, right? So this is really kind of basic level mistakes here. And again, I mean, does he not get that he's the one talking about ethical standards, normativity, normative ethics, that suffering is bad, that we're guilty of a human Holocaust, the Christian worldview is unfair, and he's asking for justification. Where is the justification for this, right? What is he? He's talked about categories, all of these things that he's using. No justification for those things. This is an atheistic, skeptic worldview paradigm. Has to be empiricist. 99.9% of all skeptics are empiricists. Like maybe there could be a Platonic skeptic, a Cartesian somewhere, maybe. But those are few and far between. Okay, there's not really many of those. They're almost all materialist atheist skeptics because they default to this bullshit YouTube worldview that they get in university, that they get in TED Talks, that they get, on, from Matt Dillahunty, right? It's that, and they don't even know. I'm not trying to be mean. I feel sorry for these people that they don't even realize that this is like really low level stuff, that this is really bad philosophy, really easy to critique, really easy to refute. And by the way, this is why these people don't want to debate. Okay, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not saying that, oh, I'm so great. I'm not saying that at all. Really not. I do get impatient. I do get, I'm forthright. I'm bold. I say what I think, but I don't think I'm mean. So that I'm not sure about that one, right? I mean, we're in the public sphere. People make jokes. I do make jokes. When I was making jokes about Matt Fradd at the beginning, I'm just making jokes. I don't have any hatred for Matt Fradd. I feel like these people they're just passive-aggressive pseudo-intellectuals is the best way to put it. And they really want to put up a front. They really want to put on a show. And I like to put on a show too, but like sometimes you got to like back up the stuff, right? And so if you're going to duck a debate, you're going to, act like, oh, I don't know who Jay Dyer is. That's what Matt Fradd does. You know who we are. We sent hundreds of people to your comments. We sent hundreds of people to your community tab pointing out how you won't have Ubi Petrus or me or anybody on to debate. Now, I don't really care about whether Matt Fradd has me on to debate. I'm only interested in calling out what is obviously an element of fear, right? There's an element of fear, and the excuse is, oh, he's mean. Well, we got a Discord right now with 5,000 people, many of whom are former Roman Catholics. So I would think that maybe you would want to, just simply step up to the plate and, put an end to this and say, hey, all right, he's so absurd. He's so easy to refute. Just do it. Like, where's the refutation? Like, why all of the excuses and the running? And by the way, if we're so mean, how have we been able, and so crazy and weird and rude, how have we been able to schedule so many other debates? How come we had no problem with Matt Dillahunty? How come we had no problem with Nazam Ghaffur and Dr. Shabir Ali? How come we had no problem with Stefan Molyneux? And I can keep going. We had no problem with Dr. Alex Malpass. All right, so many debates we've scheduled, no problems at all. Nick Fuentes debate, no problem. Kokesh debate, no problem, easy. JF debate, no problem. But suddenly, oh no, just the Roman Catholics decide I'm too mean to debate. Just the evangelicals decide I'm too mean to debate, and even back out of the debate. Well, no, that's fear. Okay, it's obvious that, and again, I'm not trying to be rude or mean. It's just that what we're presenting here, what we're offering, the level of the critique that we're doing is at a different level. And they know that this is at a different level. They know that this is not the typical kind of YouTube philosopher stuff. This is an actual philosophical critique. This is an actual delving into metaphysics, delving into epistemology, delving into hardcore transcendental argumentation. And half these people don't even know what a transcendental argument is. They don't even understand it. So I'm sorry to say that's the reality here. That's what,
you guys have been cheated out of getting a real debate. And my message to these guys is, look, if what we're after is the truth, right, then what is there to be afraid of, right? Like, if you're wrong or if I'm wrong, it's not even that big of a deal, is it? Because if we want the truth, don't we want to know if we're wrong? So this whole passive-aggressive running away and ducking and, like, trying to go after people's character and go after people's past, it's just really pitiful, right? It's sad. And, who do I want to debate the most? I'm pretty much done. I mean, I don't know. There's not, what else can we do? I mean, would I debate CosmicSkeptic? Sure. Would I debate, what's that guy, Rationality Rules? Sure. Yeah, I'll debate him. Are there some Muslim guys I'll probably debate down the road? Sure. Yeah. But, I mean, we're kind of at the point where it's almost pointless to debate, really. I mean, we've seen this whole slew of people back out, refuse, make excuses, postpone. I'll debate you in 6 months. 6 months comes around. Oh, I'll debate you in another 6 months. 6 months comes around. Give me another 6 months. And really? William Albrecht? Really? Come on, dude. Right? So it's just, I just feel like it's almost like that. That's why I'm doing debate reviews. Nobody else will debate. Because I got bad news for you. A lot of the religious realm is a lot of soy boys, if you didn't know. Right? A lot of the atheist realm is a lot of soy. A lot of all these realms, a lot of the realms of the kingdom of the soy, right? It's full of people who are soy. And they're weird and they're passive aggressive and they got mental problems. Not saying that about Trent Horn. I think Trent Horn is doing well in this debate. I think it's I mean, I didn't expect that CosmicSkeptic was going to win this, but it's pretty clearly moving in the direction of, he's starting to crash and burn here.
Position on animals in this instance isn't that animals are worth the same as humans, it's that animals are worth more than human taste buds, right? So I wouldn't say that factory farmers are worse than Hitler.
What I was trying to say is this. I almost feel like we're at the climate, we're at the zeitgeist where debate is no longer possible. Now you say, well, how could that be, Jay? How could there, how is debate not possible? But debates happen on YouTube all the time. What do you mean it's not? The level and the type of debate that I want to have and that I want to see and that I want to engage in, the level that you guys deserve of debate, rather than these rehashed, same old, mundane, dumb debates over and over and over, I don't think we're going to get it anymore. I think we're entering into a phase, not you guys, and not even Matt Fradd, and not even Trent, but the majority of the people in the audience on YouTube, we're getting to a point where people are getting so dumbed down, and the number of people that have, like a basic education in philosophy is getting so small in number, and the masses are getting so dumbed down and bigger in number, that it's getting to the point where it's not going to be possible. And you remember some of the people who were talking about going to political stuff a few years ago, right? Going to rallies or whatever, and they were saying, hey, I'm going out to political rallies and I'm debating people, and it's almost like they don't want to debate. It's like they don't want to use logic. It's like they don't like logic. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. We're getting to the stage in this culture where people are so far removed from reality. They're going so hardcore away from logic, truth, objectivity, reality, that they're so deeply embedded into delusion that debate is going to become impossible. That's where we're going. It's going to be, eventually it'll be outlawed. Like, you won't even have these kinds of debates and things. It'll be to that point eventually. Hopefully not anytime soon, but eventually, you're not going to have these kinds of debates even in the public sphere. This will be deemed unacceptable.
But to get to that point, you've got to have mass dumbing down, and that's what we're seeing, and that's why we're moving out of people being able to do reasoned, logical debate. And that's unfortunate, but when we get to a situation where the civilization is collapsing, the society is getting totally degenerate, they definitely can't think logically. They're definitely going to be surrendering their reasoning faculties. And so you have to have a certain level of education, a certain level of knowledge in the population as a whole to have a society or culture of debate. And I started realizing this at college when I started noticing that colleges 10, 15, 20 years ago were actually starting to eliminate debate. I'm not joking. They were starting to eliminate philosophy clubs. Now you said, well, why would they do that? Because it's already served its purpose, philosophy at the state level, at the educational level, as a kind of toxifying, atomizing, destroying thing. Philosophy was weaponized a long time ago. When your kids go to universities, most of the time, not always, most of the time, they're being brainwashed to come out of universities like this guy. And when this guy and his ilk are running the universities, it's over, dude. There's no more debates, right? You're not going to have debates because this guy's in a cult, a Malthusian Extinction Rebellion cult. And when they take over, not only is debate done with, I mean, we're way past debate. Like they're gonna want everyone in their grave because they believe in anti-humanism. They believe in anti-natalism. When the Malthusians take over, and they are, it's going to get bad.
Because you could.
Do you think in the Soviet Union there was public debates on theism? No. Do you think Mao allowed public theistic debates? Absolutely not.
At least you're not committed to that view, because you could say that if animals are worth less, killing lots of animals for food is really, really, really bad, and killing lots of humans.
I mean, when these people bring in their hell world, they're in for a rude awakening.
Because they're Jews or disabled is worse, right? That those are perfectly compatible. In my view, you've also, on the point about free will, you said, well, look, you could just say the explanation for why a particular thought arises is because, the explanation is within you. Like, you are the explanation for your thought. But look, there has to be an explanation for why you had that thought and not another thought, right? We're not just the principle of sufficient reason doesn't just commit you to offering an explanation for why a thought occurred, but why that thought occurred. Otherwise, you haven't sufficiently explained, right? To be a sufficient explanation, it has to explain everything. So the question would become, No,
a sufficient explanation does not have to explain everything. So he keeps kind of reducing every philosophical term, everything, privation, PSR. He's reducing everything to one thing. And this reductionism, which I guess is common amongst atheists and materialists, they're bad philosophers, like word concept fallacy.
It that you had that particular thought, right? And if there's an explanation for that, it either exists within you, which requires its own explanation, or you get explanatorily far enough back that it goes outside of you, external to you, in which case you're not in control of it. So I think that would undermine free will. That's 7 minutes. There's so much. There's so many things to discuss, but I think that's about all I can just about kind of scrape the surface there.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. We're going to now move into our second rebuttals, where each of you will get 4 minutes.
So I'm glad there's not a whole lot of time for each of these. I hope Trent really hammers it home here. But if you would, be sure to hit like and share, and we'll read some of the super chats here in a minute. I hope you guys are enjoying these debate reviews. People have been in the last couple of days recommending tons and tons and tons of debates. So I'm sure we've got no shortage of material to comment on. So I hope you guys like this. And let me know down below in the comments if you're watching this video after it was live, and tell me what you think of this debate. Who do you think won? Who had better arguments? Did CosmicSkeptic make a decent case? Did Trent blow him out of the water? Would you recommend a debate down below in the comments that you want to see me review?
Trent, are you ready?
Yes.
Start whenever you like.
All right. All right, let's start. This is really fun. I'm really enjoying this. This is a cheesecake of a debate. We've got a lot of stuff packed in here. I think it's going to be great for people to pour over. So let me.
Oh yeah, could I pour some of that icing out of my stein on top of the cheesecake, and then I could have a cheesecake icing cake, and then I could put it in a blender and put it back in the stein. I'm Matt Fradd, and I like to drink icing out of beer steins.
Just comment on a few things that Alex brought up. When it comes to quantum mechanics, and this goes a little bit to the question about free will, the principle of sufficient reason that I was defending is a limited principle of sufficient reason. I'm not arguing that any state of affairs or...
Yeah, that's what I just said about CosmicSkeptic confusing different senses and trying to make this totally some omniscient explanatory. I mean, I don't know why he would think that.
Any event requires an explanation. It could be the case that you have something that happens that we can't determine, we can't predict. If you have a ball on the tip of an infinitely sharp cone, why does it roll right instead of left? There may not be an explanation, or there may be an explanation that's probabilistic that we can't determine.
A cheesecake of a debate. What? It's a weird statement. Is he eating dessert while he's debating? He's just like, this is a cheesecake of a debate. Bizarre.
But when it came to the question of the Broglie-Bohm hidden locality variables in quantum mechanics, Alex brought up the Bell inequality theorem, but John Bell himself, in speaking about this, said it is a merit of the de Broglie-Bohm version to bring this non-locality out so explicitly that it can't be ignored. So he actually praised this interpretation of quantum mechanics. But as I said, if you have a limited version of PSR where I'm talking about the reason a thing exists rather than a particular event takes place, then my argument from contingency to a necessary being still holds up quite well. When it comes to goods, is it better, Alex said, is it better for a being to be able to choose evil and not good? No, it's not better for that being. But the good is always better than evil. However, beings that have free will, you can draw out more goods in that situation than beings that lack free will. So beings that have free will, you can have moral free will, you can have goods like forgiveness, mercy, compassion, courage. And it's worthwhile to create a world where we have those goods during the imperfect phase of that world's existence, and then they cease to exist when the world journeys into its perfect phase of existence. So I don't see any contradiction there at all, that it's better to, I think, a world with...
Wait, what ceases to exist? The goods? Or I'm confused here. Did he say the certain goods and virtues cease to exist? Maybe that's not what he meant.
These kind of virtues, and from our own experience, we see that virtues and compassion, these are goods. And if God makes a world where those goods exist, he's perfectly free to do so. And when it comes to privation, my argument is that a privation is not nothing. It's not invisible. It's not non-existent. For example, a hole in the ground is a privation, but it's real. You can fall into it. So these privations are bad. But once again, if God chooses to make a physical system where goods and privations can exist, as long as he brings more good from that, then there's no moral problem here. When it comes to picking up a phone, for example, that's not a privation of goodness. In fact, it's non-moral goodness that occurs there of the ability of a rational creature to pick up something and make a call. That's actually a good of using your rational powers to reach out and call someone and let them know whatever's happening. When it comes to...
Elliot, E.T. phone home.
This is a cheesecake of a debate.
Utilitarianism, I agree utilitarians can say that there are higher order pleasures, but at the same time, it's interesting. I don't think atheism could justify, I'm sure Alex would say, well, we can justify factory farming right now because we need it to at least feed the world. I've heard him say this before. We might need some factory farming in order to feed people, and it's an evil we tolerate. I wonder if Alex would say the same thing about human slavery or human sex trafficking. I highly doubt he would be willing to make those similar tolerations, which bespeaks to the view that human beings have an intrinsic kind of worth that animals do not. And I believe that atheism simply can't explain that, but theism can explain that human beings are made in the image and likeness of God. Also, those higher order pleasures, by the way, not all humans can exercise them. Some humans are cognitively similar to or inferior to pigs, like infants or...
You're talking to a Malthusian antinatalist, so he doesn't care. I mean, he wants to depopulate.
Unborn children. Under Alex's view, if those humans are valuable because they have the capacity for higher order pleasures, that would explain why infanticide is wrong, but I'd say we got an argument against abortion pretty quickly here. Finally, just to summarize everything, what Alex has given us in his reply to this case are puzzles about free will and puzzles about suffering, but they have not disproven my argument for an
This is true. I mean, the responses from Cosmic Skeptic are like paradoxes and puzzles, and ooh, that's a neat little dilemma, the Chinese box paradox. I mean, but they don't prove anything, or they're not arguments that disprove the opposing position, even though there's some serious flaws in Horn's presentation of the opposing position.
Actualized actualizer, an uncaused cause, who has all the
Remember, I said the unactualized actualizer there. He used the Aristotelian phaser presentation, which we did a whole critique. If you want the full critique of the phaser book, pointing out the serious flaws in Phaser's book, 5 Proofs for the Existence of God, I will link you right here, not the full talk, but the Phaser's 5 Proofs. And that did pretty good. We got more views on that than I expected we would get a few months back. So here is that, chat. If you're looking for that, is the full critique of the Phaser book. Now, a lot of what you heard me say tonight, you will find in that Phaser critique more fully. But it's not just bad stuff, right? I also point out some of the good points in the book as well. So let's get through this. I know you guys are getting. I mean, I've been here for almost 4 hours already. It seems like we just started.
All the divine attributes. He's offered puzzles that have not refuted demonstrative arguments.
That's true.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Trent. And now we're going to move to your second rebuttal for 4 minutes.
Just that cheesecake and the icing. Do you got any icing on that cheesecake there, Trent? I'd like to blow my horn all over that cheesecake, if you know what I mean, Trent. Trent Horn.
When you begin, I'll just click the timer, okay?
All right, nice one.
I come from the land down under.
Okay, some interesting points.
I come from the land down under. Women blue and men plunder. Vegemite.
Again, I'll try and blast through this as quickly as possible. Trent, you made an interesting claim that your principle of sufficient reason is a limited one that doesn't necessarily apply to events. This to me seems to be a distinction without difference. I'm not sure how you could justify that claim and why it wouldn't undermine science in the same way about events requiring certain explanations. But if I just granted it to you that, fine, okay, not all events need an explanation, I could consider the Big Bang to be an event. And the event of the Big Bang is the explanation for why the universe exists, but on your account, the event itself doesn't need an explanation.
It's not an explanation, that would be descriptive, right? So there's a difference between descriptors and explanations.
So the universe can come into existence without an explanation, because that's an event, and it's the event that caused the existence of the universe, and therefore everything's explained, and there's no problem. The only way to avoid this objection, I would see, is either to find some way to explain why specifically the Big Bang is one of the kinds of events that would require a cause, or to, I suppose, throw out the principle of sufficient reason. I hope you see what I'm...
No, I don't see what you're saying at all. I detect some babbling bullshit at this point. Sorry, I'm not seeing an argument in this. Let's go back a little bit and what?
Would see is either to find some way to explain why specifically the Big Bang is one of the kinds of events that would require a cause, or to, I suppose...
because of the lightsaber and the photons and the tachyon. No, I don't hear an argument in this. I'm sorry but I'm starting to detecting some floundering here, and I'm hoping that in this cross-examination, Trent's really going to go after him.
The principle of sufficient reason. I hope you see what I'm saying there. Also, you said that John Bell praised other interpretations of quantum mechanics. Sure, John Bell's paper came out in 1964. Right. The proof that specifically got rid of the hidden variables theorem, the hidden variables hypothesis, happened in 2015. I've got no doubt that in the interim periods there was plenty of good reason to believe either side. But
peer review. I worship the peer review, even though peer review itself has told us that 50% of peer review, a la the Lancet, has said it's bullshit. Right. The Lancet, look it up, 50%, up to 50% of all scientific papers, according to one of the top journals in the world, the Lancet, admitted a few years ago that they're bull.
They're frauds. Up to 50% of all scientific papers in the world are fraud. That's from the top of the scientific pyramid, the Lancet.
It's only very recently that we've got good substantive evidence to say that the hidden variables hypothesis of explaining...
This guy's so naive that, like, to literally just believe whatever his university says and whatever the mainstream science says. I feel sorry for this young guy. I'm not trying to be mean or unfair to him, because I know that he's a product of what he thinks is an elite education system. But he's just been propagandized.
Bell's inequalities is totally bunk. And again, I don't exactly have time to explicate this here, and I'm certainly not a quantum physicist, and I presume that you're not. One of the benefits of studying at Oxford is that one of my good friends who I went for coffee with the other day, who just received his master's in physics with the best grade in the whole university, and I was able to talk to him for a very long time about quantum mechanics. And
oh, my friend. I don't have direct empirical evidence as an empiricist, as a skeptic. No, but I talked to my friend who has a master's, and he's got very good grades in quantum physics. These people are a joke, right? This is why it was absolutely excellent when Chris called out Matt Dillahunty for this exact same BS move. Look, I know a lot of guys, okay? I got a lot of big brothers. They've studied this stuff for a long time. I know some dudes, man, okay? And they know some stuff, and they also know some people who know some stuff. So you want to bring this at me? I know some people.
And I was bemused when I realized, because I've been thinking about the principle of sufficient reason in preparation for this debate, and when I mentioned it in passing...
So I talked to a friend of mine who studied quantum physics. We had coffee. We talked for a couple hours, for a long time we talked for a long time. So I learned a lot in that 2-hour coffee shop talk about quantum physics. And he says, he's from Oxford, he says that this paper in 2015 debunked the 1965 paper. Now, I don't know anything about this from empirical data, but my friend said that.
Just blew my mind by showing me exactly how to hold on to the principle of sufficient reason is what undermines current scientific understanding.
Your coffee shop conversation and your friend blowing your mind has nothing to do with a debate. Literally has no place in a debate. Is this what they teach people at, where's he at, Oxford, Cambridge? I thought Oxford was the hallowed halls of the greatest debaters of all time. I mean, doesn't the Oxford Union have a channel of great debaters with Peter Hitchens and his great rhetorical skill? I'm not saying that he doesn't have great rhetorical skill. He does. But is this what they're putting out? Is this is the best and the brightest of Oxford? Is a person who makes an appeal to his coffee shop bro? Can you imagine if I was in a debate with an atheist and I said, look, I don't know about science, okay, but I believe in creation because I have a friend and we went to school, bro, and like we went to coffee after a Bible study, and like he took all these science classes and like he said like he got A's. Okay, he got A's, and he said that like the Bible has science, okay, and he's studied, dude. Like he has a lot of books in his library. Could you imagine if I brought that to a debate? Like, dude, okay, the descent into crash and burn is happening pretty quick here.
Not the other way around. You also said that I've elsewhere said that factory farming might sometimes be justified in order to sustain human civilization.
What about cheesecake factory farming?
But I wouldn't make the same kind of concession for something like human slavery. Again, I fear this is a misunderstanding of my position. I've said that animals need to die in order for us to survive in one way or another, because even if you're growing crops, you're killing insects, you're killing rodents and things. Sure. But the difference is, like, we don't need slavery in order to survive, but we need to kill animals in order to survive.
The question was about what do we need. The question was about whether it's wrong or not. So, again, confusing categories, not a sufficient answer to the challenge.
So, like, if there's a situation in which you actually need to kill an animal in order to survive, that suffering becomes necessary and you're justified in inflicting
Yeah, but do you see how ambiguous this is? A philosophical noob, right, who doesn't understand that the idea of what's justified or what's needed at the time and all their situationist ethics, I could justify anything, right? Oh, well, I'm setting up my empire on my special little St. James Island. I need a harem of sex slaves, and I need those sex slaves to set up my empire. So I need it in this time, in this moment, at this specific situation. I need that. It's needed, bro.
Inflicting it. There's not a situation.
By the way, I talked to a guy at a coffee shop who has read a lot, dude, and he said that there's really good arguments for setting up your harem sex cult on an island. Trust me, dude, there's a lot of good arguments for that. And because I talked to a guy for about 2 hours over coffee over that.
In which slavery is actually necessary to...
His name was Al Crowley, and he told me over coffee that there's a lot of good reasons to set up a sex cult.
Human survival in the same way, and that's why I think that the two aren't equivocated. If you were in a situation where the only way for you to survive would be to kill another human being, I think that you're probably justified in doing that, and it would be a form of self-defense, right? So I do think that the analyses would be the same. I think that perhaps we would, I can see from your facial expression.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm really convinced that my genetic lineage is super superior. Like, it's better than everybody's, right? Like, it's going to be really solid in the future world where we have a lot of debates and there's a lot of, vaporwave children out there in the future. And so when I create my sex, I really need the harem to set up my sex cult just to procreate and repopulate the earth, right? I have the Moonraker option ready. That's my paradigm. The Moonraker option. I want to depopulate the earth, and I want to reseed the earth as the new Adam with all of my descendants and a harem of supermodels. And I've chosen as the best method to achieve that, creating a sex cult on a island in the Virgin Islands. And that sex cult is going to repopulate the earth with the best seed possible. And that's the best for all of you guys out there too. Don't you understand that I just want the best for you? And the best thing for you guys is to let me and my empire have the world. Don't you guys see that that's what's best for all of us? Especially me. And look, that's what I need to do right now. I need it, man. Bro, I need this. I need this, Cosmic. And we're going to have on that island infinite cheesecake. All of the cheesecake in the world is going to be on that Garden of Eden, basically. It's the new Garden of Eden that I'm setting up. We will be eating animals, Cosmic. I'm sorry, because I like animals, and I'm going to reduce animal suffering by eating them all, right? Because the more of them that I eat, when they cease to exist, they don't suffer anymore. So I'm reducing the animal suffering by eating them. We're going to only drink steins of icing in memory of Matt Fradd, because Matt won't be in the future, but my cult and its lineage will.
Expression that we disagree with, that you probably disagree with me there, but I think that human beings have how can I put this? It's impossible not to have this drive to survive for most people. The people who do have it, they can't help but have it. And I think that the drive to survive there is a psychological fact that is true of anybody. And so essentially the point that I want to make on that is that in order to say that somebody shouldn't do something that is what is kind of allowing them to survive, in order for somebody to completely essentially self-destruct themselves, would be psychologically impossible. And I think because if ought implies can, you shouldn't be able to ask them to do that.
When did you ever explain how there's an ought at all? I've heard a lot of ethical posturing, moral high ground posturing, which the atheists love this. Have you noticed that the atheists, kind of like Pharisees, even though Pharisees were religious, have you noticed the atheists love to tout their higher morals? Like, bro, we all know atheists are a bunch of coomers, dude. Like, we know you. We don't think you have higher morals. You're not fooling anybody with this moral posturing that you have the higher. Oh, I'm so sophisticated. I'm so humane. I'm so tolerant. Again, what did democide do in the 20th century? Right, the atheist regimes What's the most deadly thing in the 20th century? Democide via atheist governments. Sorry, that's not very humane, is it? No. This whole position is totally arbitrary, totally ad hoc. And I really wish, I'm hoping, I think the cross-examination is coming out. I hope that Trent calls him out on this. I hope Trent blows that horn and calls him out. Put that cheesecake down, Trent. Put that cheesecake down. Now, blow that horn and call him out.
Well, I mean, let's not open the question of abortion. We've got about 4 seconds, and that's definitely not time to answer it. But I think I'm more pro-life than most pro-choices that I know, and I think I'm probably more pro-life than you think I am. But that's not to say I am pro-life. But maybe that's a discussion for another time.
Okay.
One can hope.
All right. So I just want to let everybody know.
Oops, dang it.
What's come?
No, of course he's not pro-life. I mean, he just was talking about the animal holocaust. We're all guilty. I mean, if he's coming out of, he's got to be a Malthusian, right? But now he's saying that he's more pro-life than you would think. That's just vegan talking points. He's not actually pro-life. That's why he's, I'm not really pro-life. But the way that he's more pro-life is, in the elitist sense, like Extinction Rebellion type stuff. Like, let's depopulate the humans and save the animals. That's what he means by pro-life.
Up here, we're about to go into cross-examination.
Now, this is where it's supposed to get good.
And then we will be taking your questions. Please remember, as I said in the beginning, that at the...
I'm just here to drink liquid cheesecake out of a stein. I got full drinking all the icing. Now I'm drinking the liquid cheesecake that Trent was nice enough to warm up. Trent's been sitting on a pie the whole night. His buns have got the cheesecake nice and warm and liquidy, and I'm going to drink it, mate.
End of this debate, I'm going to be announcing the next debate and who those debaters will be on this channel, so please be sure to stick around to that. But before we move into cross-examination, I want to say thank you to our second sponsor, Hallow. Hallow is a really fantastic app that will help you pray and meditate. It's actually the #1 Catholic with the affirmative cross-examine, and so that'll be Trent cross-examining Alex. He has 12 minutes to do that. And then Alex will cross-examine Trent. But I also want people to know that the cross-examiner is allowed to interrupt and move the flow of the argument as he...
Remember when I was allowed to interrupt Dr. Shabir Ali? And then when we nailed him in the cross-examination, when he melted down, and all the Muslims, you're not allowed to talk! You're not... Why you interrupt? Bro, it said at the beginning of the debate, you can interrupt. What are you talking about?
He sees fit. So if Trent starts cross-examining Alex or Alex Trent and they feel like they're not going anywhere, it's not rude of them to interrupt or anything like that. Okay, so Trent, you let me know when you're ready and we'll begin with 12 minutes. Whenever you start speaking, I'll just click the 12-minute timer.
Sure. Yeah, let's jump into this here. Alex, I'd like to talk about... the point actually when you talk about the raised eyebrows, because I do think that the different intrinsic moral worths of human beings as opposed to other animals is a significant problem for atheism. That you made the claim that, well, it's justified to kill animals, non-human animals, if one needs to do that in order to survive, and we would do the same for human beings. Now, I agree in the sense of self-defense, where if someone is trying to kill me, my intention is not to kill them, it's to stop their fatal attack, even if I foresee it will kill them. It's the principle of double effect. But I think it's very...
Well, it's interesting that the papacy, by the way, has now basically rejected this argument in this position. Francis and the New Catechism have explicitly stated now there is no longer any basis for the death penalty. And, of course, the death penalty is a corollary to the argument from self-defense. So, really, Trent, you sure? You going to follow Francis on rejecting that principle as well?
Clear that you cannot kill another person merely to save your own life. There was a famous British maritime case called R.V. Dudley versus Stevens in 1884. It was about a group of sailors who were stranded at sea.
I was just about to bring this up.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought, is this the big kicker part? This is weak so far.
Yeah, good. Then you know about it. They killed and ate the cabin boy, Richard Parker, which creepily enough, Edgar Allan Poe wrote a story about a cabin boy named Richard Parker being eaten 60 years earlier. And the court said there that no, necessity is not a defense for murder. So would you agree that in some cases, just because you need to live, you don't have the right to kill another human being?
Well, interestingly, the reason that I was going to bring up that example was to play on the intuition that they were actually justified in doing so, right? Because these were men in a boat who were all about to die.
Here comes the situationist ethic, right? Which, remember, Matt said that he's a situationist, right? Like it all depends on the situation, and then you can justify anything you see. That was the point of my island example.
They were going to die anyway, and they would be dead had they not committed this action. And the cabin boy was ill; he was going to die anyway.
Right.
What's wrong with that, dude? You just admitted that the whole animal world suffering can be accounted for in your evolutionary paradigm because suffering just is natural. So what's wrong with just dying on the boat, dude? Just suffer.
And so they made that sacrifice. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not a nice thing to do. It's not like a blasé,
Dude, we know you're not advocating for cannibalism at all times, dude, but that's missing the point. He doesn't even see that the whole position he's erecting is completely arbitrary. And again, this is a death knell for a debate. When your position is arbitrary or ad hoc, it's over. Now you might get away with it if the opponent doesn't notice it and fails to call you out, but I mean, this is all arbitrary, man. This is completely arbitrary. He's required justifications. Trent needs to really hammer home what is the justification for these standards that you've got.
Fine, you can.
But the cabin boy didn't. The point of the case is the cabin boy didn't volunteer himself.
That's correct. Yeah.
So he was murdered. It's So I guess that
depends on your definition of murder. I think it depends on your definition of murder because I think
depends on your definition of murder. We're gonna kill you. We know you don't like it, but we need to eat to survive. Depends on your definition. That's murder, dummy.
Brown has said in this case.
The legal
okay, so you don't see
absolutely.
so even though others may see this as an
depends on what you mean. No, it doesn't. How does the definition of murder at all not apply to that case?
Unjustifiable homicide. You just might.
I mean, please, Trent, call that out. That was it was a huge mistake right there.
It'd be the minority view to dissent against that.
I think it's at the very least a blurred case, and I think that we can be quick to judge
a blurred case. They ate a dude apparently, right? I mean, Trent was saying that the guy didn't want to be eaten. He didn't volunteer to eat. CosmicSkeptic agreed, but it depends on what you mean by murder. If you're really hungry, dude, you didn't have your cheesecake that day. You didn't get a chance to sip that beer stein of Foster's and icing. I'm really freaking hungry, dude. I'm sorry. I know that you don't want to die, but you got some nice childbearing thighs, baby, and I'm hungry. It's not technically murder.
Somebody in that situation for the action they took, but I think that if you're in that situation, I think there's a fair argument to be made that it's a justifiable action to take.
Okay, well, let me change the situation a little bit. Suppose you're dying and you need a heart.
I mean, I think the debate's pretty much over. I mean, I don't see how he can recover from this. And if Trent is good, which remains to be seen where he's going to take this, I mean, he can really just kind of put the nail in the coffin right here.
Transplant. And there's someone who is also terminally ill that has a heart, but the problem is they're probably going to live for another 6 or 12 months, and you're going to kick the bucket in 3 months. Even though that person's going to die anyways, that wouldn't justify you killing them in order to take their heart so that you can live on for many decades. Whereas in almost all cases, we would be able to kill an animal for any reason to be able to live. So it seems to me we still have a big difference between how we treat humans versus how we treat non-human.
Yeah, and we want to know the justification, right? So Cosmic is already conceding these kind of justifications for the difference, But we want to know why. What is the difference? Name that trait. Name that trait. Name that trait. The fact.
That I don't think can be explained if your criteria for morality is species neutral. Do you see the problem?
I do see what you're saying. I think those situations are different, and I wouldn't be in favor of people being able to harvest people's organs in that respect. At least on first instance, one of the differences between these situations is that we don't want terminally ill people being worried that their organs are going to be harvested at a moment's notice, right? These situations are not the same.
Why? Why does it matter whether they're worried?
True, but we might also... But also, Alex, we might want passengers on ships to not be worried they'll be eaten in lifeboats.
Good point. That was a great touche right there.
I mean, this is true, but I think we can agree that this is such a rare occurrence that I don't think this is a...
No, in fact, euthanasia, organ harvesting are not rare occurrences. They are very prominent, modern, huge bioethical questions.
This is exactly... I mean, in other words, I don't think people are generally afraid that they're going to end up on a boat at sea that isn't going to be rescued and
No, he made the analogy between the two things. That's the point.
happen to be the person who's ill and about to die anyway.
I think this is true now.
application.
That's true now, but it wasn't true 150 years ago. That was quite common for people at that time.
Oh, I see. I suppose that's I don't know how common that would be at the time. I suppose that may be fair, but
it was kind of a dirty. It was a dirty secret of maritime travel that everyone tolerated until the Dudley case.
Right.
So, I guess we'll put that there. I mean, morality is. I think when we talk about this, morality is probably one of the most interesting things for people to wrap their heads around. So we'll talk more about it. But let me actually. Morality, evil, that kind of fits in there. Your argument from evil, it was a probabilistic one that you saw. It doesn't disprove God, but it makes them unlikely because there's some evils that you don't see how they could be justified or they appear to be gratuitous. So is your argument that it's the gratuitous evils that should make us skeptical of God or all the evils? It's just a subset of the evils. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think that the existence of evil, or perhaps I should frame it as suffering to avoid certain complications, is a problem in itself. I think it's the extent and the depth of the suffering. And that's the point that I was trying to make by saying that I believe that you would be actually committed, despite what you said in your rebuttal, to the view that we do have exactly the exact right amount of suffering in the world. Because, look, I mean, if you wanted to, and bear in mind, my argument was specifically to respond to a defense of the existence of suffering. So people who say that suffering exists because God has morally sufficient reason. You said a second ago or a moment ago, you said that God could create more suffering or less suffering. There would just be more or less good. But my understanding of a perfectly moral being is one which maximizes morality, one which maximizes the good wherever it's possible to do so. Now, I understand why you'd have a limitation on a maximally perfect being in getting rid of, say, all suffering. That wouldn't make any sense. As you say, if there are such things as higher order goods or goods which require certain suffering, such as free will, then it makes perfect sense.
Well, Alex, what I would say is I would disagree with that assertion that a perfectly good being must maximize the good. That you and I would agree there is no such possible world that has an intrinsic maximum of the maximum good, because you could always make more and more people, and then you would lead to some kind of contradictions. For example, suppose there was a world with 1 million people and they have, let's say, 99% happiness. Would you say that's a good world?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this.
These types of arguments are really just tiresome to me. I mean, I'm not mad or trying to call Trent out for answering this line of reasoning. It's just that it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't go anywhere. I mean, who has ever been convinced or deconvinced of a position on the basis of the speculation about maximal goodness and possible worlds and this kind of stuff? I don't think it goes anywhere. So we spent a huge portion of this debate on that, which is kind of a letdown. I would have tried to shift the topic to the presuppositions again, just because we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying it's totally futile to talk about this topic, but I just don't think it gets anywhere. Right? We just talk around in these really, really, really abstracted things and speculative things that really nobody knows, in the sense of, like, I mean, the most perfect world.
really? I mean, it's just so hypothetical. It's so speculative that it's just missing the forest for the trees, really, in what I would have done in my apologetic coming at the presuppositions of Alex's arguments.
Well, let me just keep going because not everyone will be as clairvoyant as you.
Yeah.
So then what if we did 2 million people at 98% happiness?
Yeah, see, I don't know the answer to that question, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an answer, right? Look, I don't, for a start, I don't think that...
Science will give us an
I don't
answer
think
one day.
that the quantity and quality, or quantity and, let's say...
This is another point we illustrate, right, in terms of the inability. He said he was a kind of utilitarian. There's nothing that tells us a priori or from this worldview or paradigm whether to prefer the quantitative utilitarian happiness or the qualitative utilitarian happiness principle. Should we maximize happiness for the greatest number, right? Everybody in the world gets a candy bar. Everybody gets a cheesecake. Or maybe just one person, me, gets like 1 million happiness points, right? By getting everybody's candy bar. I get all the cheesecake in the world. I get all the beer steins full of Fosters and icing. Now, that perhaps gives me 1 zillion happiness points. So that's a qualitative, right, utilitarian perspective. But on what basis do we know that that's not better than 1 million people getting 1 happiness point by a candy bar? So is it the quantitative or the qualitative utilitarian happiness? There is no obvious way that one of those is preferable to the other. It's arbitrary. It's just an easy way to critique atheistic, materialistic, idiotic, utilitarian arguments.
Amount of pleasure, the amount of pleasure that someone receives and the quantity of people receiving that pleasure are on the same kind of pedestal here. For instance, I think that one person experiencing 2x suffering is worse than 2 people experiencing x.
There we go. I just told you that it's arbitrary. He just did what I said you can't do. He just made the fatal flaw, which is arbitrary. He thinks it's worse for one person to suffer 2x as opposed to 2 people suffering 1x. Now, first of all, this is stupid because you can't quantify happiness and suffering. This is the literal idiocy and stupidity of the moral calculus utilitarians who literally thought you could create pleasure points and have a calculus. This is how stupid materialists are, right? Oh, one day the AI will figure out the pleasure points. We'll have a moral calculus. And when you jump into the Coomer machine, we'll give you 1 zillion pleasure points if you just sign on to the universal basic income, right? This is literally how they think. But it's arbitrary. There is no way, there's no argument, there's nothing can show you beyond just being arbitrary that you're supposed to prefer the 2x or to say the 2x is worse than 2 people having 1x.
X suffering. I don't think they kind of map onto each other in the same.
So again, I hope Trent calls us out because this is a big bad argument.
Way.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a handle around what you would say. Now, what's interesting here, though, is when we're talking about evil, about the moral duty that God has. So if God creates a world, I'm trying to get my head around for you. There's 2 questions here. What would be the contents of the moral duty? We can put that in quotation marks. And then 2 would be the epistemic foundation. The ontological foundations. Like, where do these moral duties come from?
Right.
So, like, if God makes a world, is it just maximizing pleasure or is it minimizing suffering? Like, they could be incompatible.
How would they be incompatible?
Well, for example, if the goal is just to minimize suffering, then God can make a world with an electron, and then there's 0 suffering.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. So I think that generally speaking, for conscious creatures that do exist, the minimization of suffering and the maximization of pleasure are kind of two sides of the same coin, and some people prefer to frame it in terms of maximization of pleasure, some people minimization of suffering. You could just say that you want a balance of both. But look, I see what you're saying, which is that there can't be, like, it's difficult to imagine what the perfectly moral or the worst possible.
No, he asked for a justification for it. He didn't ask for what is the perfectly moral or perfectly immoral. No, he asked for a justification.
A world would look like. But my point is just this. My point is that it seems almost trivially true that there could be at least some less suffering in the universe.
Yeah,
and if there's,
sure.
So what? That's not a justification.
No,
And I agree with you.
So I wonder what your reasoning would be, or what your suggestion would be as to why it's not the case.
And what I would
He didn't say that you couldn't create a world with less suffering or that we couldn't minimize suffering. He said there's no basis without appeal to something like God that's transcendent, that's objective. He said that you can't justify that, and we're not going to get an answer, I guarantee you, from him.
say to you is, can suffering be justified?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
let me reframe then. I think that there can be less unjustified suffering in the world than there is right now.
Then what criteria do you use to determine whether a suffering is justified or unjustified? What objective criteria do you use?
Here we go.
So to be clear, I'm talking in terms of your worldview here. So whatever you take to be the criterion of good, I think either, and again, you can reject this claim.
Okay, so we have a basis for this. We want to know yours.
So I'll say that whatever your criterion of good is, I'm asking the question.
He doesn't want to go in that direction, and neither do any of the atheists, right? They don't ever want to have their presupposition quite, because that's where they melt. Right? They melt down at that point. So they will oftentimes also do the shifting sands, like hide behind different positions move. They'll change their positions mid-debate to get around this question. So watch for that.
Could there be less unjustified suffering? And if the answer is yes, then I think you've run into a problem. If the answer is no, then I think you've accepted the best.
But Alex, under my view as a theist, I do not believe unjustified suffering exists at all, because I believe any suffering can be justified by greater goods or the prevention of greater evils. So on my view, I don't see that as a problem. But for you,
that's precisely my point. I would say that's precisely the point that I made. Maybe we're talking past each other here a little bit, but my point was to say that the theist believes that any instances of suffering, or what people would generally call natural evil, are not in fact evil at all. Like, these aren't, because they're not unjustified suffering. Or okay,
I don't hold that view. My view is that evil is a lack of good. There are intrinsic evils.
There's different types of evils, first of all, right? So not everything is described as privative, right? Moral evil, that beings with conscious agency, right, and the ability to choose good or evil, vice or virtue, right? That's different. That's moral evil. That's different than when we talk about, quote, natural evil, or a tsunami or something like this, or a deprivation, right? So if you're blind, right, you're deprived of the good of eyesight. Okay, that's a privative evil. Now, that may have come to you through a moral evil, somebody poking out your eyes, but that doesn't mean that they're the same. And this is a basic, metaphysical distinction that I don't think Cosmic Skeptic has even grasped yet.
Things that one must never do. But evil itself is just an absence of good. There can be non-moral evil and moral evil.
Right.
There can be moral evils that we tolerate and moral evils that we must never tolerate or never engage in. So it'd be a Richard.
So he's equivocating and doing word concept fallacy, Cosmic Skeptic, on the word evil. He's not understanding the different senses of it, and he keeps reducing it to the same sense.
Out of me here. Matt, how much time do I have?
Sorry about that. You have 1 minute.
You've got 3 cheesecakes. I'm looking here at the cheesecake clock, and it looks like you're about 3 pies short of noon.
In 50 seconds.
Okay. Well, let's go to the basement then of these about morality and moral duties, because my argument was, if moral realism is true, God exists. Moral realism, therefore God. It's a valid argument. And based on your comments in the debates, would you hold to premise 1?
What, the moral realism is true, or that moral realism entails God?
If moral realism, then God.
I'm not sure about that, because I don't think that I'm not a moral realist. I don't think that moral claims can be objectively true, and I think I would hold that would be the case even if God existed.
Ugh. So here we go. Here's the crash and burn. You just made all these arguments and claims. Oh, yeah, the Holocaust of the animals. Oh, the Holocaust of the animals. Oh, we're putting the animals in the gas chambers.
And now there's no objective morals. Crash and burn.
So I'm not sure I can accept that claim. And I can explain why if you'd like.
Okay, so you believe moral realism is simply an impossible state of affairs?
Depending on exactly what you mean by moral realism. For instance, I think that a claim like you ought not murder doesn't have truth value.
Okay, so
I mean, I feel sorry for this kid. Okay, this kid is not that bright. I mean, he just made a bunch of arguments about not eating, about a situationist ethic where you could eat people, although typically you shouldn't eat people. You ought not, shouldn't. Holocaust, evil, animal holocaust, blah, 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 blah. What's your justification? Oh, I don't believe in objective, real morals and ethics. Debate's over right here.
It's just an utterance or disapproval of certain kinds of killing.
I would interpret it slightly differently, but essentially, yes.
So here we go. Debate's over. Trent has nailed him into the corner, boxed him in. This is a completely indefensible position. It's over. So I hope Trent illustrates how and why the debate's over at this point in a lucid way.
Okay, so
it's essentially it's a form of emotivism or non-cognitivism, I guess you could say, but it's potentially a bit more complicated than that.
Mm-hmm. So you would say that when it comes to morality, there are the statement
just
rape is always wrong, or let's take the most foundational one, the statement humans ought to promote human flourishing. You don't believe those statements are true.
I think that perhaps a statement of something being good can be true because that's a descriptive claim, but an ought claim contains an essence of command, and commands can't have truth value. So I don't think that can have truth value.
Right. So this is a vegan. This is a guy who's telling you that there's an ethical system that you need to follow. Vegan ethics. That's how he began this. That's why I put an LOL up at the top when he first started talking. Because I knew in this goofy atheist materialist worldview, they always beat the F themselves at this point. Once he said that, and now that he said that these statements do not have truth value, they have no force, the debate is over.
Okay.
I have no problem if there's a moral author of the universe and that God and that God determines that something is good. I think that's perfectly coherent. However, I'm not sure. I would say the same for ought statements, which, in other words, have prescriptive.
If it turned out though do you want to
ask the final question? 12 minutes are up, or should we?
We can switch. That's fine.
All right.
We're going to close it there because that was the end of the debate. Right? I mean, at that point, it's over. You want to go listen to the rest of the debate, you can. We've been going for 4 hours, so we're gonna call it. At that point, Trent won that one easy, and I'll give Trent points too for being cool, calm, and collected. Trent gets some cool, calm, CCC points for being cool, calm, and collected. There were some pretty big deficiencies in the argument. If Cosmic was more sophisticated and knew anything about philosophy, he might have been able to call out some of the early mistakes that we called out about Actus Purus and whatnot. And by the way, if you want a better, fuller treatment, I do have a talk on this book, the 200 chapters. The first 4 or 5 pages, Maximus says the 2 ways that we can and can't speak of God as Actus Purus, right? In himself, in his essence, is he pure act? No. In relation to creatures and contrast to creatures, is he pure act? Yes. And that's the same way St. John Damascus uses it. You can go find this book, or you can listen to my talk that I did discussing this book in the subscriber section at Jay's Analysis. You can subscribe for $4.95 a month, $60 a year. Let's get to these super chats and see what we got. Thank you guys for tonight's audience. Hope you guys enjoyed it, for being here, for the audience, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean. I'm getting a little mush-minded from talking so long. But it was fun. So this one goes out. Shout out to Lewis. Hope you enjoyed tonight's discussion. He requested that. Rich for $5. This is a great stream. Well, thank you, Rich. I hope that you are a rich man for shelling out all those fat $5 super chats there. Are you still rich, Rich?
J Mel, $30. Thank you, J Mel. I don't even know if it's a she. I hope I didn't dead name you. J Mel, $30. I've noticed people aggressively throw insults in Catholic live chats where some call others Protestants and Protestants seds as sedas, lots defending the Pope and shrinking the tent. Catholicism might eat itself. Yeah, I actually did a stream on that very topic, right? Where we analyzed, the schism amongst all the different trads, and some of the trads calling Taylor Marshall a schismatic, and then the Sedevacantists called them all heretics and yeah. So there's a lot of schisms in the world of Rome because of the heresies and heterodoxy of Rome, and we got a million talks, lectures, articles, videos on that topic. But let's see, where was the talk I did on Catholicism imploding? I think it's right here. Was Vatican II infallible, and are the Roman Catholics imploding? Well, if you don't know, Taylor Marshall has seen a vision of Mary, and he talks about the milkers, the knockers, the jugs, I'm not joking, in the vision and their symbolic significance. So if you want to follow that guy, go for it. But I would say yes, Roman Catholicism, because of the problems of the theology, it's imploding. It's not ultimately the Pope. The Pope is just an outworking of problems that have been there for a long time. But thank you for that question, and I would suggest that that show if you want to delve deeper into that. Pumpkin Popsum for $10. Good stuff. Thank you, Pumpkin Popsum. Bryn Dolman, $5. He says, shh, silence. John Hoffman, $20. Thank you, John Hoffman. Much appreciated. 20 whole bucks. He says, shh, silence. Ken Dreamer. Oh, Ken Dreamer, I believe you can get me through the night. With them super chats. He says, Jay, great analysis. Keep smashing their bad arguments, baby. We're going to We're going to pull down all these strongholds of these dumb arguments. Thank you for that, Ken Dreamer. I did not see the other two reviews live, just after the fact, right? The fact, young virus. Beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. Hope that it didn't get taken down. I don't see it. I typed in young virus. He might have deleted that channel, but that had thousands. It's on my YouTube, by the way, or my Twitter. You can still find that young virus, that hype young virus beat, baby. Ingy Benji, $5. 2 questions. Who's a Christian apologist that you respect? Well, I mean, to a degree, I respect William Lane Craig or Trent Horn. I mean, kind of. I mean, yeah, I respect that. I'm sure that they're sincere guys to a degree. Well, I'm not going to judge their motives. I don't know their motives. I hope they're sincere people. But as we pointed out, William Lane Craig has some serious Christological heterodoxy. He's openly Apollinarian. I think Trent did well in this debate. I think he easily captured the win towards the end there when he called him out on the ethics. And so that was my first exposure to Trent. I'm not familiar with the rest of Trent Horn's style and topics, but I think it's easy go-to here. I mean, our favorite modern Christian apologist is Greg Bahnsen. I mean, we're big fans of Bahnsen around here. Bahnsen was the bull in the china shop. I mean, he was just a beast. He could just demolish. You listen to the Bahnsen-Stein debate, just listen to Bahnsen reply to Stein and listen how lightning quick, how logical, how concise, precise, and just destructive in such a quick turn Bahnsen is. I mean, Bahnsen is just like pulling out the logical categories, the it's just a classic. It's a phenomenal example. It's the archetypal example. It's the great debate. And so I would say that's who I most respect. Living presuppositionalists, not so much. I mean, there's not. They're pretty bad. I mean, John Frame, he's not the worst. He's probably the best living presuppositionalist. Again, but they're Calvinists. They're heterodox, right? So they're not any good. Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. There you go. That is a living presuppositional apologist that I respect. Perry Robinson. Perry is a great apologist. Perry does really good essays, really incisive, thoughtful critiques. So those are the two that come to mind. Anyway, thank you for that question. Gen Z Philosophy, $5. Were you confused when Richard said he thought it was possible that Area 51 could be a Lockheed Martin from the year 2063 sending stuff to themselves? I was confused. When he said that, I was like, what? I don't know if maybe Richard was making a joke, because Richard has kind of a dry sense of humor where he will just kind of say things. But maybe he really thinks that, right? Like the interstellar view. Because remember in Interstellar, it's like them aliens is just Matthew from the future, right? And this is Matthew in the future looking back. Like, what if I could do email to myself as myself in the future? Looking in from outside a tesseract, right? If you watch Interstellar. So maybe he was making a interstellar joke, but I don't know. Did he seriously mean that? I don't know. You should inquire about that. Yeah, we'll ask Rich next time he's on. We'll say, do you really think they were emailing their own stuff back to them? That's interesting. Like time travel email with stuff. Pano Costuros, $3. Good critiques, Jay. I came in late. If you have already said this, but I don't know if you already said this, but Cosmic Skeptic's admission of his formerly being Catholic, while obviously atheist echoes Palamos's warning to Barliam, yes, that it leads to atheism. Catholicism's absolute divine simplicity leads to atheism. Yeah, I don't think that Cosmic Skeptic was consciously thinking, right? Or most of the Roman Catholics don't sit there and think absolute divine simplicity, therefore atheism. They don't even know what the Actus Purus views are, right? And we critiqued that earlier, right? We talked about, if you read Bradshaw's book, Aristotle, East and West, he'll talk about the different ways that divine simplicity is directly connected to natural theology, right? It's directly related to beings that God is a being that's simple, right? And so that means primarily that he's not acted upon, but that he acts, right? It also has the corollary meaning that he's not composite. He's simple. He doesn't have parts or accidents. So in the same way, we could sit back and we can critique from the Orthodox perspective. You read a book like this, right, which goes into all these same divine simplicity critiques that I just made, the same critiques of Augustine, the same critiques of Origen and his simplicity doctrine, critiques of Aquinas in the West. All the stuff you hear me say, it's in that book. It's in all the other books you hear me say and talk about. But yeah, I think that. But we did get an inkling of that, Panos, when Cosmic Skeptic was talking about free will and its removal in the eschaton, and that bizarre, almost quasi-heterodox statement from Trent that perhaps in the eschaton God will alter us so that we don't have free will. Yeah, exactly. That's because we're stuck in the Latin dialectic of free will being defined as a choice between good and evil, and that's not what it is. Joey Joestar, 1337, $5. I got disinterested from listening to the atheist debates and lectures from the personalities on YouTube. You make it enjoyable to listen to again because I love philosophy. Thank you for your efforts. Glory to God. Thank you, Joey Joestar. Much appreciated. We had such a good positive response to the critique of, a couple of the past debates. The first one we did was last year, or year and a half ago. We did the Peterson-Zizek debate. We did a 20-30 minute video on that. And then we did a critique of a Bonson-Stein debate. So if you want more of this, go into the archives and you can listen to my full breakdown of the Bronson-Stein debate. Then we did the Peterson, Dillahunty, right? So, this seems to, people really like this. So this definitely seems to be something we'll keep doing. And as long as you guys keep coming on here and watching and sharing, and if you would, be sure to hit like and share. I'll keep doing it. Leave comments. Tell me what you think. What's a debate you want to see me review? That you want to see me decimate? You want to see me act like a crazy, stupid monkey? Monkey! Oh, I have value! Monkey have value. I have value. Let me know if there's a debate you want me to dissect in the comments below. Mikhail. Oh, look at that Mikhail, mate. The blokes down there in Australia is drinking a bunch of icing. He says for $10. Great stream, Jay. Thank you, Mikhail. Great stream. Great pee stream. Peeing out all the Forsters I just drank, mate. I just drank a gallon of Forsters in honor of Matt Fradd. Seymour Butts, $10. Rest in peace, Ro Jogan. Looks like little AIDS finally got him. Wait. Rest in peace, Rogan. Looks like AIDS got him. I don't know what... is he... You mean he looks unhealthy? I'll have to look and see. I didn't know that. By the way, great stream, Jay. Well, thank you, Seymour Butts. Ha, 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 ha. Funny name. Woo! Nathaniel Hill. Sending them fat super chats. Woo! $110. You know how much cheesecake I can buy with $110? I can buy so many debate cheesecakes and beer steins full of icing with $110. That's awesome. So thank you so much, Nathaniel. He was a big donor in last night's stream. I think he had the big top super chat last night, proving himself to be the Chad nerd. Right. Tristan is always talking about the inspiring philosophy is already backed out. All the people that you're going to name that I should debate, they won't debate. Just maybe CosmicSkeptic will debate. I doubt it. But guys in the audience, Destiny has already declined. He'll only debate some stupid political thing I don't care about. So I guarantee you, anybody you're thinking of, we've already talked to. It's a waste of time. It's not going to happen. Sorry. Nobody's going to debate. Nathaniel Hill, 100, maybe Rationality Rules might, and maybe CosmicSkeptic. He says, Jay, not trying to be mean, Dyer, could you do a detailed Sadhguru? To reduce human footprint, we must reduce human beat. Breakdown, he has tons of popular clips. Okay, yeah, I mean, it would be fun maybe to dissect some Alan Watts or some of these, gurus and their nonsense, right? That'd be a lot of fun, be easy to do that. It's the appearance of deep, right? The appearance of depth really only is deep to, low IQ, dumbed down people. It's mystery. It's the Sphinx from Mystery Man, bro. Seems like deep wisdom, but boils down to pure solipsism. Yeah, most unbelieving worldviews, not all, most do end up and can be trapped from a debate apologetics perspective in some kind of solipsism. But thank you so much for that fat super chat, Nathaniel Hill. And we had a couple. So we had last night we had a good recommendation to critique the Pentecostals and the prosperity gospel and the charismatics. That was a great idea. And we'll probably get a good reception to critique and break down these gurus being promoted, like Sadhguru. Justice White for $3. Folks, we have the documents. Exactly. Thank you so much for that, Justice White. Now, I'm pretty amped up. I've still got energy. So I may go ahead and do the brief 10, 15-minute video on this, summarizing, telling you what this book's about, and letting you know that if you do want to get the full analysis, you'll have to subscribe to Jay's Analysis for this week's book review. As you know, at Jay's Analysis, we do pretty much consistent weekly, almost every week,
lectures and talks for subscribers, half and half. So that's what you get at Jay's Analysis. Thank you, everybody. Hope you had a good experience tonight. A little bit of a different debate. It was good. This one goes to Trent easily, hands down. God bless. Have a good night.